Hey guys, how are you all doing? How are you doing, guys? So, today is the final day, the grand finale of ESL PUBG Masters Europe. I'm not sure if NA is the same, but in Europe, I don't remember in NA if they'll have another week or one or not. But in EU, it's today's the final day. So we will have the champion. Uh, well, I'm doing Voltec now. I'm quite happy. The aimbot routine took 2 hours every day, and I heard that as opposed to what I thought, the aimbot is actually hard for beginners. I thought it was good for beginners. It's not. It's hard for beginners. So maybe my idea could work. I'll do Voltec since it's very mainstream, and then after Voltec, I'm taking like 1 hour and 40 minutes, but I think that's the beginning. I think over time it will decrease. If I manage to get bronze or silver, it will be less time. And I increase some routines that I really like Pasu. So I really like Pasu and I want to get good in Pasu, so I increased its time. Uh, so at the start will be like 1 hour and 30 minutes, 1 hour 40 minutes, and then I can decrease the time to about an hour. To about an hour. So I'm owning, so I don't get it. What is so bothersome about me? I'm not even streaming anymore, so I just going to let PUBG stream itself. So you're bothered because I'm talking for a few seconds? Man, be better than this, for God's sake. The Fat Lord is ridiculous sometimes. So if I was streaming full time, okay, my stream is boring full time. But now I'm streaming like for a few minutes only. Just in anticipation of ESL PUBG Masters. But anyway, sometimes the Fart Lord looks like a child. Sometimes I have this feeling. So yesterday I was practicing. I got my arm very tired for the first time while training. I couldn't do the training anymore. And I did longer sessions in the past, like 2 hour sessions. But yesterday was about 1 hour and my arm was really tired. I was, I was feeling pain here, around here, maybe around here. So localize muscle resistance, as my cousin, who is a physical educator, told me. Localize muscle resistance. Does it have something to do with it? I don't know. But I had to take a break. The first time in almost 100 hours of KovaaK, I needed to take a break. Maybe it's because I'm taking it more seriously now. I'm taking KovaaK more seriously than I did in the past. Seriously, I mean, like I'm trying to do my best. Like it works a little bit, but not so much. But well, I'm trying my best to see if I can improve. But I think it's nothing serious. I think this is just normal. I just trying hard, so I got tired. It's just like that. It's just like that. I feel it's nothing serious. I heard that people start having shaky hand and wrist, like shaking when they practice too much. I never got this. So, well, later, later, I'll be doing the KovaaK after PUBG. But for now, I think I won't be streaming because I'm involved in other projects. I'm involved in other projects. So I hope you enjoyed yesterday, and I'm glad because Entropic did a little bit better than in the past weekend. So maybe they can do even better today. maybe. But Virtus Pro is going really strong. Maybe they have a good chance at winning this whole tournament, maybe. And well, the other day you might remember me. Now I'm gonna yawn, but I have to tell the Fart Lord. This is serious, Fart Lord. I'm not kidding. I have something serious to say. You might remember me in the past. I was like almost like a swearing NAG wizard, a Twitch streamer who I played with, and I would like to apologize. I think all that happened in my mind was like maybe a hoax, something made up. So I believed what I was told, and I thought something serious happened, and nothing happened. I was told that all that I lived was a replay, and I think it's not actually like that, not really a replay. So it's ridiculous. So if I had to bet, I would say it was the delirium prostitute. She with her delirium again. I don't know why she does that. This is something really serious, and you shouldn't do that to other people, especially people who you played with and uh, got along decently well, and people who do their job earnestly, people who have sort of I don't know if it's disease, the name, but are disabled for surgery, brain surgery, whatever. I'm a little bit like that because I have a sort of mental illness, so I take strong medicine and injections regularly. So I'm sort of disabled as well. So I can understand a little bit how it is. I have a sleeping disorder, but I sleep like crazy, and I didn't wish to not sleep. That's not what I'm requesting. I just wish to have a regular sleep, not like 15 hours. That's ridiculous. That's not a good life. That's not an enjoyable life. That's almost unplayable because I sleep 15 hours and then the few hours I have left, the 9 hours I have left in my day, I get very sleepy. So man, it's nightmare. So my life is a nightmare, not my sleep is I have nightmares. My whole life is like a nightmare. So I don't care about what I've done. I think no one deserves this. No one. So I don't believe we were created for this crap. So yeah, I said some stuff about NAG Wizard, some bad stuff, almost like swearing him, and I feel bad, and I would like to apologize. So I apologize to him personally in the past when we still talk to each other, because I think I failed to realize that he was a disabled person with his health condition. So I personally apologize to him, and I almost didn't manage to apologize to him because he wouldn't let me speak, but somehow I managed to apologize to him. Yeah, I couldn't speak, and I didn't mean to say anything bad to him. I actually just wanted to apologize. And then in my channel, I said a lot of bad stuff about him, and I would like to apologize. I shouldn't have said that because I actually, as I told many times in my stream, he's one of the many people that I would openly say that I came to like. So I like the guy, I like him. I enjoy playing with him. Uh, I did nothing bad on purpose. I did nothing bad on purpose. I'm in peace with myself. I know I did nothing wrong. I just had conversations, so he made his points, I made mine, and that's how life is. I did nothing wrong. I mean no harm. I meant no harm to him, and actually the opposite because I liked him. And if I could, I would play with him more. But the point is that the ping is too high, like 200 ping. What I get in US, it's barely playable. It's barely playable. The players that are really good, and I play at 200 ping, that's almost unbearable. So if I was better in the game, maybe I could risk playing at this ping. But being how I am, I don't know. Maybe I should play in my region and try to get better, as much better as I can. So, well, it's no secret. I like him. I like NAG Wizard. I wish for the best for his channel, that he becomes more and more successful as a PUBG streamer, and uh, I wish he may have followers and his viewers might enjoy playing with him as much as I enjoy playing with him as well. So, well, I think that's it. And, well, I apologize, but actually I'm in peace as well because I was told a lot of lies, so a hoax, and I don't know. It was so serious that I thought it could be true. And the delirium prostitute, having the age that she has, most of the time when she interacts with me, I feel like she just feels like a child. She does childish stuff. I don't know why she has this obsession with me and tries everything to get in my way. Because either way, if I swear him or if I apologize and get along with him well, either way, it makes no difference. I am still feeling well, so uh, you know, she plays with the serious stuff like maybe feelings of people and our own very own existence, like erasing deletions. She sounds like my father. My father had no respect for God's creation. I would live with him when he was alive, and he would all the time be talking about deletion, erasing, being erased, and vanishing the existence of beings created by God. So I don't get it. If deletion is to be so commonplace and so banalized, so what's the point in creating us at first place? I don't really get it. So she's just like him. She's in love with my father. I have no doubt. She really likes, uh, you know, uh, people like my father. It's not just her. The prostitutes around me are just the same. Even Sergey is the same. They all imitate my father. I don't get all the obsession for my father. But anyway, I don't really care. I don't really care. I think he did a lot of wrong stuff, especially to me, especially when I was a child. And well, I hope he can do better if he has another chance at living. And that's it. So I wish the best for NAG Wizard, and uh, I hope we have a good day at ESL PUBG today, the grand finals. I hope we will see the teams trying really hard to grasp those chicken dinners and the championship of the tournament. So enjoy ESL PUBG, guys.
Masters. And here we go. Drum roll, please.
Summer has arrived.
The Virtus Pro can do. Down they go.
And the battlegrounds are heating up.
Nancy finding one, finding two. Nice shots, finding three.
Find it down on the fall. He's just going to try to hide yellow. The guys are already on the flames. And getting down there. We have more damage.
Europe's best fight for supremacy and vital PGC points.
Well, there we go.
1 versus 1.
Oh.
The SLR finds the face.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's Professor Kalaris here to break everything down for you and be the host of the final day for the tournament here for the ESL PUBG Masters Summer. A warm welcome. It's warm here as well as we're ready to get into our last 6 games and crown a champion. But it's not just me here for this. We have ourselves Mr. Rich Sims and Martin. Oh, that's the one, right? Is that how you
Nice
just pronounce
try.
it with a cough? No, I didn't.
You would think that when you're a professor, you'll be able to have, simple linguistics, but you're incapable of that, so that's completely fine. But yeah.
You're totally right. You're totally right. I am absolutely useless when it comes to that. But nice to have you here, Martin. How's everything going?
It's going absolutely fantastic. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled to see who's going to wrap up here at ESL Masters Summer. Of course, we've had some absolutely crazy games, and yesterday some not some upsets, some kind of the same old usual stuff. VP dominating, but DA coming in and showing some really good consistency, and they could potentially contest them for week number 2.
Yeah, yesterday was absolutely nuts for 2 teams in particular, of course. Rich, how about yourself? Looking forward to finishing things off?
Yeah, it should be good. We've seen some interesting matches thus far. It's given us a weird and wonderful week, and we've got a few differences that we have to kind of go through, and all these potential outcomes. Who's going to be claiming victory? How does it leave? How does it leave people where they're going to be standing? I'm more intrigued how we've all gone and opted for different shades of blue. Is the interesting one, and this is completely. Me and Martin just kind of need swapping around, and then we have the light to dark kind of thing.
It'd be nice that.
It would have been quite cool.
Maybe production could do that, and then wow, it'd be amazing. But anyway, no. Let's talk about what's actually going on here when it comes to the tournament format as a whole, because of course we have gone through many stages to actually get to this point. We did our qualifiers years and years ago. No, it was just a little bit of time ago. And then we went to the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket, and 8 teams qualified into the grand finals from each of those respective brackets. Now we find ourselves in the grand finals. Last weekend we had our first grand finals weekend go down, and we saw question mark prevail in the number 1 spot, and then now we found ourselves in week 2, where so far so good for 2 teams in particular, Martin. As you were mentioning before, Virtus Pro and Digital Athletics looked absolutely amazing yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was all about those 2 teams, and also the prospect of Virtus Pro potentially having been able to win maybe 3, even 4 games would have been absolutely insane, right? Yeah. I'm just happy they kind of kept us on the edge here of our seats, because if they had already won 3 yesterday, that would just have been disgusting, and we could already we would just come here to announce the winners, and it would have been done. It's kind of disgusting considering they're also in the lead for the total of the total amount of PGC points won so far. It's looking like it's kind of good for some of the teams that are not able to maybe make it to all 4 events that is awarding the PGC points, because it's being very top heavy. They're sponging up a lot of the big points that is given out, so the bar that's going to be set to be able to enter PGC from our region is going to be quite lower, so that's going to be interesting. We'll see if they're going to be able to close it out today. One more win, and it's going to be very, very hard for anyone to catch them.
Yeah, just give me that Virtus Pro Sonics showdown. I think when it comes to PGC, that'd be very nice. If Sonics could get a win on the board over in America, of course, in the current tournament. I'm just teasing. Look, I've got their color on. It's fine. All right, let's move on. We've got prize pool coming up as well here. It's a rough format sometimes. We've got last week's grand final prize pool, of course, which was awarded. We saw question mark take themselves $5,000. And in week 2 here, now we focus on that. First place will be $7,000, and of course we have our special prizes. If you become first as well during the whole tournament, you'll get yourself an extra $10,000 on the board. And right now, Rich, it is fair to say I don't know if any other teams here are going to contest Virtus Pro and Digital Athletics for that first prize this week.
it would mean a monumental failure on their side. It's quite weird when you look at the standings, like from on a picture perspective, if you wasn't watching it, like how they were so similar against one another and knocking on each other's door time and time again. It was round number 4 where they both came, I think it was 14th and like 6th or 7th for DA, respectively. But apart from that, like 5 out of the 6 games, they had top 4 finishes every single time. And that is, it's unheard of. It really is unprecedented. And to be able to go on a run like that really does set yourself up for success. You look at it in terms of another win on the board for DA, and they're up there with VP. They're only behind them by 2 kills. And if the consistency stays there between these 2 teams fighting one another, or at least been in the final 4 with one another, then in theory, DA have a good chance to overtake that mark should they get the win on the board. The bigger thing for me in all of this is how, while we're ranking up the money, there is, and it's only $2,000, but still, there is a bigger amount for first place this weekend compared to last weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm really intrigued to see if that, quote-unquote, mere $2,000 has any effect on this final standing. Like, would it have changed something if it would have just been 5 and 5? Would it have been the same if it was 7 and 7? Like, I'm really intrigued to see how this one goes down, because it's not often we see this. Like, we could have expected maybe $6,000 and $6,000, you know, respectively, the same prize pool and same first place for each one. But it's not. There's additional going into week number 2, and I don't know. It'd just be interesting to see what kind of ramification it has this week.
I mean, we've theorized the numbers before coming on here. Of course, that 750 that Virtus Pro walked away with last weekend could be a big difference maker if they get first place. And the only way then, Martin, that quick question mark would be able to actually I almost did it.
I did it earlier on.
Would be able to get themselves first place will be if they got second place, and that's the only situation. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall standings here. So far, so good for our top 2 teams that we've already spoken about. Most importantly, Martin, question mark did get a win on the board yesterday, and this roster's been pretty damn good throughout the last couple of days.
Yeah, there's no denying the possibility that question mark could also just go in and win 2 today, and Virtus Pro not getting anything, and they'll just completely dominate the whole tournament here. But yeah, it's everything's still open. If any of the teams that so far have not had a good performance, and the other teams, you know, even question mark Virtus Pro, some of these teams, if question mark if we have a new winner and question mark gets a top 2 finish outside the win, of course they're going to be sitting pretty happy. But the winner of this week can potentially take the whole thing home. Even one of the new teams, even one of the teams that haven't won a game yet, if they're able to close it out today. So it's still pretty open, but still it's looking very good for Virtus Pro going into the last 6 games of today.
Absolutely so. And looking at how things have shaped up, once again, Rich, you've got Team Liquid sat on 42 kills. Now, bear in mind, they were effectively kill leaders last weekend, alongside, I think it was tied for 70 kills apiece between the 2 teams that they were tied with. And the fact that Liquid, once again, is all guns blazing, but hasn't quite found that chicken dinner just yet, I think still kind of bodes well for them, considering how much fragging power they're bringing to the table.
It shows that you can never just put these boys down. You can never count them out of any fight, any scenario. The survivability and individual prowess is just ridiculous. Like, you look at some of the players that are on that roster, one of them in particular, well, I mean, it kind of makes me laugh because everyone plays their role really individually on that team, and everyone plays it so damn well. You look at Mexi, and the big brain players we've been speaking about. You look at Clip, like, the man is an absolute machine. It feels a bit disheartening, because when you look at their current standing, I know it's in 6th and it's certainly up there in the top half of the board, but certainly for the wins just don't seem to get there. They find themselves within these fights, and whether or not it comes down to them just unfortunate rotates, they're still kind of playing the old meta, you know. I know there's not really a meta, so to speak, quote unquote, but still going for these fights every single. It's good to be able to frag out, and it's good to be able to have those points in the bag, but ultimately they are an aggressive team. They don't mind taking a fight. They are one of the best when, if they see a third party that they can happily just join in and clean it up, they'll do it every single time. They are phenomenally powerful, and they are phenomenally good at it. But the unfortunate thing is these early fights do cost them bodies. And when you look at some of the other teams, when they're taking it to the Final 4, the Final 5, they have a lot of players in play. They have a lot of players that they can expend in those final fights. And unfortunately for Liquid, it's earlier scuffles before we get to that end game that cost them.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, even when we look at some of the fights on the top of Everest, for example, from yesterday, that kind of eventually kind of devolves down because they're in the middle of all of the chaos. But, you know, sometimes these things happen. We have got ourselves 3 Miramars and 3 Erangels for today to round out the tournament as it stands. 50 seconds out, Martin. Any teams you're looking out for in particular today to spring up or do well?
You can't deny the possibility of VP wanting to close it out here. And Miramar, consistency yesterday, 2 wins out of 3, third place as well for that. So if they're able to close it out, I would expect it to be on Miramar today here to start with.
Yeah, I mean, if they get 1 win here, if 1 win on Miramar would set them far and away ahead of the pack, and it makes it almost impossible for these teams to catch up unless they have a miraculous start to all of this. I do see that the timer has reset, so we'll just wait for a little bit more before we actually get on into this game. Another team, Rich, is FaZe actually doing a lot with their fragging power once again. And you know, you mentioned your clips, who personally I think is the most powerful fragger in Europe, hands down for me at least. But you know, FaZe has got those guys on the roster, and you're seeing it once again in these kills.
Yeah, it kind of goes synonymous and hand in hand with what we're speaking about with Liquid. There's no denying the individual performances. There's no denying the individual players.
Yeah,
it's just what they're used to versus kind of, if we think back of how VP used to play, 16, 18 months ago, they'd like to be a little bit slow. They'd like to come in towards the late game. They'd mop up every single player on the board, and they'd you know, at least certainly get to that top area and those much needed points. This has kind of favored them. The way that they work the map, the way that they read the map is unlike any other team. You'll always see 1 or 2 of them just off on their own, scouting, even hanging back just to guide what's going on and orchestrate fights from a distance and feed information. They live off this info. They live off hearing for fights, hearing for where people are looking, for where people are going to be setting up shop. Their movement is phenomenal. It really is, and it's kind of unmatched at the moment. They're doing it so much better compared to anybody else. They don't go for those early fights. They don't go for those wild early rotations unless there's, you know, something central they can take control of. Then it'd be stupid not to, which is it's totally fine. But yeah, they've been kind of playing this not too dissimilar game for quite some time now. But given this format, given that it's all about wins and not about frags anymore, frags playing a part, of course, but certainly it's not the be-all and end-all game. It's really benefited them. It goes hand in hand with how they like to play, and ultimately they're just riding away with it.
All right, well, without further ado, we're moving into our first Miramar of the day. Let's see if Martin's thoughts, his musings will come true. Will VP finish the tournament early, effectively, as we figure things out for our next 6 games? Martin, Rich, take it away.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed, we start the grand final. 6 matches, Martin, and I think it's safe to say we've got to call it for what it is here. Virtus.pro excels on Miramar. If they want to win this competition, these next 3 games are absolutely vital to get some wins on the board and really stamp their name on this tournament.
Yeah, and if they're able to do so, like, it's going to be so hard for the other teams to take the win away from them. But still, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place is also super important. There's a lot of PGC points on the board for that as well. I believe it's 180. Yeah, it's 180 for 2nd, 145, and 120 for 4th place. So there's still a lot of points on the board that you want to close out. And on top of that, of course, the prize pool, that is extremely important. But yeah, the consistency that the Virtus.pro has shown, and recently as well, their form in general has just been unparalleled right now, Rich. It's kind of crazy. Of course, DA yesterday being such a new team, very impressive so far for me. It's really good to see that these guys are able to come together, and I feel like the potential for them right now is really, like, it's looking really good. I gotta say, being able to, obviously they have experience playing together across here and there, but as a team, the synergy that they've also already been able to show is really impressive. And yeah, I feel like their potential right now is really high. They could consistently be a top 6 team in Europe for sure.
It's one of those where it's like a sign of things to come, I think, for this roster. A few more months in the game together as a team, and like I think they can quite easily be winning this. There is more than enough individual skill. There is more than enough years tendered within PUBG. We anticipated that we would be seeing something special from them. I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? When you put a roster together like this, it's sink or swim, as simple as that, really. And this team has absolutely swam, and to be up there with the best of them, it's good to see. It's another challenger to the top of the board. It's another team to throw into the mix. We'll give you overviews of where all these teams are setting up shop. You've seen the circle come in, where our first location's going to be. This time it's a little bit over by FaZe Land. Currently Monte Nuevo. VP not too distant, just away over by Power Grid. You've got Navi thrown in the mix that rolls down the back of the crater fields. El Pozo will be hot. We're going to have Skade, who's sat in there, 4-man band. Everyone else generally now playing outskirts. They're your main four that are in tow for the central circle. So if you want to take a priority position, now is the time to do it. We'll keep those 4 teams in the back of our mind, Martin, because in theory, they have the pick of the bunch here for the start of the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's very likely to see them go up in their usual spots. It's going to be the prior compounds. But the interesting one is it can swing still. It can still be in some of these areas. We have seen our fair share of power grid endings recently, and it could very much be one of those kinds for sure. But yeah, I'm also looking at a bit of Navi here. I mean, they're a team that have had really good consistency. They did show insane performance in our upper bracket opening here, so their form currently feels really on point. Also, especially on Miramar, so this could also be one of the kind of home turf circuits for there where they can prevail and get through with things. They haven't won a game yet this weekend. Last weekend they managed to get 2, so it's the consistency that we've been able to see from them is definitely up there. And last week, yeah, I mean, as much as question mark, they could also have been our winner. It was close in the end, but they were able to close it out. And yeah, early rotations of Battalions getting pretty close to Team Liquid, and the Junkyard up here west of Power Grid. They want to of course spread out and see if they can get a lot of compounds and a lot of ground right now. But shots are coming in. Battalions alone, and I'm actually not expecting him to stay here for too long. We'll see what they're split and what they're planning to do right now. That's one of the harder things, right? When we have a completely centered on your home turf, is how much ground can you take, and do you want to take any risks, because you don't want to give up some of the really high prior spots that you basically are looting. They obviously, if it's a power grid ending, you would expect them to at least have 2 guys in power grid and keep that. But yeah, Battalions didn't find a bike, so he's not going to go on top of the rocks and scout for 3 zones to get all the infos. So that could also play a different game out for them. And I'm quite sure there's about 40-50 other players in the lobby right now that is very happy that he didn't manage to get a 2-seater bike, because it's an absolute pain in the buttocks to have a guy poke at your vehicles and take all the info away from you.
I kind of like it from Liquid. They obviously fully well know where VP likes to set up shop. They fully well know where VP likes to rotate from and where they start the match off. Whether or not them pushing up just a little bit towards the north, it's not too far from Picardo, is a show of force to try and deny VP a land grab. It's, you know, if that's the case, apply a little bit of pressure to the lobby leader, then I'm totally fine with that. I mean, it might not be nothing. It might just be a simple fact that they've crossed paths on what is a priority position as you work your way down and not too far from the center of the circle. But still, they sent 2 up there, they stood their ground, they pushed VP back. That denies VP a little bit of land and forces VP ultimately to stay inside Power Grid. Now, VP won't be alone up there. EIQ have worked their way in. August, I can see, is already wrapping around just towards their southeast. Who else we got? SMB, Plan B, Mutiny, Red Lime. They're all starting their rotations down from the south. SMB's starting to encroach on positions a little closer to the side of Plan B. FaZe is working its way across from Monte Nuevo. We'll have to keep track of that. They're in a 2-2 split currently. One team will be taking the top side of Monte Nuevo, just heading out from the city and a little bit closer to Navi's territory. The second 2 move down opposite side of the road to Team Liquid. Down the hill across the road, Plan B left. In a bit of a Badlands situation, to be fair. Scar and Skade, 2 teams which are very difficult to say side by side. They will be a 4 versus 1, essentially. Sakura's there to secure the side of the road, while the other 3 will rotate to the north. Question mark will be there as well. They're now just working their way past slowly but surely on crater fields. DA, water treatment. They're not quite the last team that are going to be working their way to the circle. That still sits safely with Ding, who are just moving past Valdemar. Now, the center, as you can see from the teams, it's, well, excuse me, this is actually the center. This is working their way to the center, excuse me. Redline Mutiny. This is all the way down towards the south. Mutiny have a 2-1-1 split, and SMB are staring at the top side of it. So they have to be careful as they try and evacuate towards Picado. They could get caught off guard. The interesting point in all this, Martin, that we've not really mentioned them because they've not shown any sign of life whatsoever. It's Ents. They are on a very big rotate. They headed a little bit towards the south, realized there were shots, and now they're heading back up north on the eastern side.
Yeah, and that's actually what's something that they've been able and capable of doing quite well. Their big rotations, being able to kind of analyze what the first two circles, maybe even 3 circles, are doing, and then put themselves into a great spot. They have the fragging power, but they are definitely capable of making really good macro rotations, and their calls have been quite good. One of the teams has also got a win right now, but 17 kills only, and that's kind of you don't really benefit from the the early kills if you like when you play center and teams crashing you when you're playing very edge heavy. So you'll always or very often be one of the last teams coming into the fight, and you're not able to kind of get that up as well. But Ents is all like their win they got was, I believe, with 2 kills, was some of the lowest we've seen in a very long time. They don't have the kills from that. It's from the rest of the games. But yeah, they need to get a couple more wins on the board if they want to be contesting the top and potentially try to take the tournament home.
I mean, they're actually in the bottom. I think they're in the bottom 6 when it turns to frags as a whole. But the 1 win gets them up in 5th position. A second win's going to put them in second place. So it doesn't really matter. Kills, I don't want to shine a bad light on kills. They are still important. They're going to be that tiebreaker. They're going to play an important key role because we have seen tiebreakers done by it. So you still need them. However, it's not the be-all and end-all. It's not the end game, and getting that win is the end game. And for Ents, if they don't pick up all the frags in the world and they have quite a quiet time, if they get the win, who cares, right? It's whichever way you want to make this thing work. And, for some teams, changes do need to happen. We touched on it a little bit on the desk. Like, I'm not taking anything away from Liquid. I think they're a phenomenal team. I still think they're a world-class team. But this can be said for FaZe. This format in particular, it's just not been too kind for them. The individual shows there, the power is absolutely there, the teamwork is absolutely there. But, if it's just not your competition, if the circle gods are not with you, and you end up in a fight against someone else. You've been rotating against these teams for absolutely God knows how many years now, tripping up over one another. It's an unfortunate thing, but it's going to happen. And coming out of it with 1, 2, hell, even 3 men dead towards the late game, it's so detrimental. Taking 4 players to the final circle now is one of the most prominent factors in winning this. VP. Out in the vehicles, away they go, and I have never seen a team turn and face away and head back into the shelters as quick as that. Every single little marker there just turned around, the arrows. Cars back in the power grid, boys, because the circle's looking quite comfortable for them.
Yeah, and this time around, they're also taking a quick hold on to the northern red brick building. That was the last time where they managed to get a pretty good placement for it, but they obviously didn't manage to close out the win. So they wanna take that power position. It's also, I would say, the most important one to take when you're a power grid looting team. So it's good to see that they learn from past experiences. Now, Blaze, the supermassive Blaze, and Apocalypse on board with here. They are taking the low ground rotation past, and I could imagine that they would be sending it to some of the big dips that you're able to play west of Power Grid. It very much looks like it, but they're definitely sending it through there. Good call from them, because right now they are literally dead center into the circle. Liquid poking a little bit at them already as well. And now Scar is also making some moves, also towards Liquid. On the smaller dirt roads just west of them. Shots were going to be coming in. Hellstar is actually ready with a barrel in hand. That would be sick if we can land some shots. That was pretty damn good shots landing right there. Nice shots from Hellstar. And they are able to send it, a really good spot as well. The dip here, this is actually the dip I expected Blaze to take here, Rich, but the next one, yes, of course, not this one. And we've been seeing some really good fights from those areas in general. Now, DA, the team that we saw occupy the red brick building last time we had a ending up here, they are playing the outskirts, playing in a good spot. They got locked in and actually lost the game. because there was just so many smokes, it was just impossible for them to get out. And the utility, of course, came in hand quite well for them in the end. Now Scar, here, this is the dip we like, right? This is the dip where you're able to just sit. You're not going to get many kills from it, but you're going to get a really good late game position until somebody comes in and throw a nade, and then you basically have 2 knocks from that.
Everything that you've been trying to backbuild is just thrown to the wolf, which sometimes with these circles, that can be the telltale sign. The fights will begin to unfold, teams start to encroach on each other's position. Don't get me wrong, we look towards Power Grid now because it's a very prominent factor. It's a hot zone for circles, it's a hot zone for endgame. There are still a few options, but the circles will need to shift dramatically. The problem is, because you have this ridgeline, which you can see on your screen currently, just off to the right-hand side, where Ents is, that ridgeline in particular will play a factor once you move to circle number 4. If we're going to get something early, we're looking at a push towards a very hard push towards the west. Maybe we get the barns, maybe we get the hillside where FaZe's setting up shop. I don't blame them for sitting where they are now. There's a small window of opportunity, but you're looking for the double hard shift. San Martin, again, a chance that we get 2 hard shifts over towards that city, in which case it could pull it to the roadside. There's a few weird and wonderful circles that could come from this. But the moment Power Grid is looking so good with this one, it comes into the fold even more. We're pretty much now set up for that game. Everybody else that's outside of it is forced to move, and you can see how the circle's touching the circumference of that ridgeline, working round from Ents down to Liquid, over by Ding, and then just on the outskirts Na'Vi. Na'Vi probably could sit here, maybe just camp a few players on the road, maybe try and pick up a few stragglers that want to make an entrance point. Liquid are sending it. They're going in. We'd assume that maybe they take the electrical pylon. If not, they're going to turn straight in and go, wow. Okay, they're going for the brick. They're going fully in. They're fully committed to it. VP's up top. I'm quite surprised at this one, but you know what? They've managed to make it to the door and lose down. Contact made. Entry Fragger has done his job. There is shots in abundance on the back of Mex. He turns. He's back on him. Instantly, Mexi fires back. Perfectix has to step up to the challenge now. There has been damage done across both sides here. This has gone tremendously well for Liquid. Like, maybe VP just did not anticipate such a hard counter push against it.
No, I didn't expect them to be able to get those 2 openings on Lu and Battalions. And it looks like Spyro and Perfectix, they're actually disengaging from this. And Liquid surviving with 3 guys in this scenario, fantastic for them. They're able to take pretty much a prior spot in this. They are able to push on from it, and no matter where the next circle plays, they will be having a decent standpoint from Redline, though, going into Scar. Hellstar is going to open up on Looker Rooks. More shots coming in. QB not able to connect. Nato's going to find one. Hellstar's going to find another one. It's looking very good. Castle found more shots coming in. Nalo taken down as well. It's just down to QB. Oh my god, he's going to be taken down as well. Hellstar with 3, and Ploxar with 1. What an absolute insane opening up for Scar, and being able to defend this position is absolutely crazy. I did not expect him to win them that easily. That was quick. Well played by Hellstar.
There's blood in the water. We'll see if a Hungry Shark wants to go over there and send an aid flying into the ditch with the amount of vehicles that are now lined up and the players currently weakened. It would be a very easy wipe should somebody be able to get into that position to do so. Won't be the most easy as, just run up there and get the job done kind of thing, for the simple fact that teams will be lurking. And you will have line of sight towards that once you go up and over the hill. You could be spotted at range. Alia going out for Na'Vi just to try and find the next potential anchor placement. I think he's got a read on maybe where Senya is. Backup is arriving here. Sail certainly has been found. Senya goes up and over we go. First one is down and dead. Senya strikes and keeps on going. Sail from the distance wants to try and help him out. Fate's getting involved in a different fight altogether. That's Novik. EIQ taking casualties. Brill now into it, away we go. They want to try and tackle Na'Vi head on, deny them any more land grab and deny them further access. Aduzi's still going toe to toe with the IQ. QM. Dante's going to follow it up onto Curix as well. That'll be another frag in the bag. Thank you very much for this. One-Night Sea. Around we go, lurking and looking, but you can see in the distance faultlessly is there, and it looks like position has been noted because the rest of Q&M, Martin, are rallying to this position.
Eu como também, mas...
And there could be a dangerous one as well. Let's see if they're able to defend this. I mean, if you're able to hold the northern side here, it could be decent. You can play the dip on the east side as well, but across late game is going to be extremely hard. Faultlessly find some shots. Well, it doesn't get a knock though, and looks like FaZe is going to be disengaging from this fight. Try to find another entry into this circle. Could it be onto Skate's position, onto the warehouse? Or maybe potentially take the dip across or try to cross this early on. It's going to be hard now. I feel like they've lost a significant amount of durability onto their cars. Potentially a few tires that are a little bit hit, so they only need one more to get popped. QM has one player inside right now. It's Fade. He has a car. It's getting tapped a little bit from Virtus Pro. You don't want that to happen. So they're also going to have a little bit ahead of them to try to get into the circle here, Rich. And you know what? I'm expecting DA to still have a pretty good game from this. They're gatekeeping the northeastern side. It's looking pretty damn good for them right now. FaZe Clan, though, trying to get in and kind of wrap in under the position that Skate has. And Sakura is putting out a lot of damage. I think that grenade actually connected a little bit on some shots are coming out. It's going to be a rough one for FaZe Clan. Question Mark is sending it across the street. And they're going to try to grab some land just south of the street here. That's a really good call from them, actually.
You got to be really careful, though, because of the building. The garage, which will provide you a little bit of leverage. Sakura's still cycling these grenades. You said the first one tickled, the second one could strike. No, they've split away from it. Gustav's already at the wall, so the call's been made to send it up. Fuzzface there in abundance. Gustav down for now. Fex behind the lines. Sakura first one to fall, anonymous just to his left-hand side. They have to be careful. The man, the marksman, Misa, just off to the left. They can't overstep the boundaries. Never mind, he's down as well. FaZe Clan have made a beautiful show of force here. Onto Skate, they've no idea what's hit them. There's only one of them left standing inside the building. Fex looking to clear. They get the final one, and that's job done. I'll take that. Only Gustav going down, and potentially a four-man sweep coming through. If he gets this again, that would... No! He doesn't check the door, but the cover fire's there, but a different player altogether. Huth will ruin the day for Fex and eliminate him, but FaZe somehow managed to keep 3 players alive.
Yeah, that was quite an opening for FaZe. That campaign right there was quite successful. They're able to grab a bit of land on the northern side. Might have to move later though. Squeaky and Ents, they've managed to get into the eastern side of the circle. Entropic and DA is there. Mutiny on the southern side as well. Lunar is going to find Sail. Priel is going to be taken down by Thender as well, so shots are coming in from August, putting in a lot of pressure onto Dink. Next circle has popped, it's gone pretty much south and sitting pretty happy right now onto the power grid. Scar is also sitting in a really good spot on the western side. They could fare quite well out of their spot and maybe get to the wall if it goes further east later. Last kind of chance to try to get into the area and see if we can hold on to that a little bit. And right now we just have so many teams on the edges that we're gonna lose at least 3 or 4 teams once the circle closes or during its closing. So we'll see how many teams gets kind of sandwiched in between some of the bigger ones. Hawk and Regibeer, last 2 players from Entropic, they're gonna have a hard time sitting in between Ends and Digitalytics right now. That's a spotted Squeaky and could potentially find some more. Regibeer, I don't think he's fully aware of the density of Ends players just on the other side. Oh, he spotted Squeaky. More info coming in. Hawkey's gonna try to get back. Richie Peter with a really good off angle for this. He's gonna find Diggory. He's gonna find Dixon just chilling. Ooh, really good cover from Diggory. And now Ends have to strike. Try to get rid of Tropic. Shots are connecting quite well. Oh, it's close. Squeaky's gonna take down Hawkey, and now it's just Reggie Beardo. They're hearing this. They're repositioning their cars. Good time to either make a macro move or to make a third-party move, and they decide for the macro. Now, Question Mark is taking on FaZe right now, Rich.
My next remark was literally going to be, it's how DA reacts to this one. And now they've managed to get around the entirety of both those teams. They can carry on the gatekeep. They were left out a little bit on the circle, but now they're in charge. Larger in charge, and away we go. Fuzzface hits the deck for all but a moment, but the nade's there. Will force the 1 player back. Gustav does have the angle. I think he's caught a player just down to the left-hand side, but Aitzi has been damaged. Fuzzface falls as well. QM is doing a fantastic and phenomenal job here. Beautiful little lean to the left-hand side. The damage is done, and he's on the run. Turns the 3 versus 1 to a 1 versus 1. Gustav is somehow getting this done. Final player standing between him and getting inside the circle faultlessly. Back and forth they go, and Gustav somehow manages to save the day in a 3 versus 1, potentially unwinnable scenario. He will continue with FaZe Clan's campaign, and he also might be able to get someone else back on the feet.
I think AT unfortunately is going to be lost to the circle. It's moving quite fast on their side, considering it's a southern shift. Yeah, it's going to go down. So he's going to be having to continue this alone, but north is not too occupied, so we will see manages to get into the under the radar of Virtus Pro, and Ents also managed to. They actually lost 3 guys and are down to just Tixu now. Digitalytics is not fully aware of Tixu's position. He's wrapping in and sneaking in on below and behind them. We'll see if they manage to do that. Next shift is also southern, and Team Liquid is sitting really happy inside the big red brick building gym, someone call it. Priel and Ding, 3 guys alive. Actually managed to get Priel up after that knock. The western side here is going to be very, very occupied with the 3 teams trying to get in. Community also in from the south side. Jong is going to find, oh my god, actually help from Spyro on the other side. Tixu found Xiong, but Spyro is going to take him down. And good helping hand from Virtus Pro onto Digitalytics. They have a pretty good side. On the eastern side, they actually managed to probably have an uncontested space here on the warehouses.
Need to get rid of this one final player. The snake in the grass still continues to strike just behind the rocks, and now he's got his number road, but he's going to have to run about away from this one. Like, they can't afford another player going down, and that's them pretty much gone. Aspiring get inside, then there is potential, but I think he's heard the vehicles. And there's vehicles in abundance from either side. Senya will fall. Spyro is cleaned up, which means Gustav's on the move, slowly but surely. Honor in the kill feed, going down. Ogla still getting tanked up from a different player altogether. They do have 4 players up to Mutiny, so it's still something to try and challenge. Gustav has managed to make it into... Oh, dear. Oh, he's... Oh, no. He's like, no! Drop shot. Thank you very much. Get the hell out of here. We will continue. SMB, find Skate just chilling inside this little tributary. Look at all these vehicles. One good grenade, and they can kiss that team goodbye. Bye-bye is exactly that. Ding's in the distance as well, so they have to be really careful this one. Now everyone rushing towards these ditches in a hope to find some kind of survivability. But they're outside currently. This is not inside the circle. They do just used to use this as a bit of a waypoint. Work the way up and continue upside that hill, or maybe even use it as a pit stop to try and tackle Mutiny, who are inside the circle and then do have a decent ridge line. Liquid, kings of the castle, and honestly, I am surprised they got away with murder. They caught VP very unaware, and they did not have the full force to tackle them. Lost 1 player by doing so as well. Now, I've like, when you look at that, Martin, only losing 1 player to take the biggest and baddest warehouse within this circle, it's a beautiful trade-off.
Yeah, that's quite fantastic. Let's see how they will manage to kind of hold on to it. Blaze and Mutiny is going to be taking on each other. Apocalypse is going to find Yusik. Rush is pretty much coming through. Huth is going to find Gujara as well. And Blaze is probably... They are already actually the last team with full 4-man alive. Smokes are coming out, and if they manage to take control of the western side uncontested here, they could be looking very happy for this potential win. Liquid considering if they should overextend to try the third party, but no, right now this next circle here has shifted in their favor. They just want to control the southern side and then make sure that nobody comes in from the east, and then they will pretty much be in a really winning spot for the late game. There could be found by that nade. Youth a little bit too... That's a really good nade. That could bounce really close. Yeah, it's going to find here the left. Fantastic nade from here onto Leosh. 12 kills for Blaze so far. What a game for them. Only team to be 4 guys alive. Controlling the west side. 2 snakes from VP and Navi alive. And then 2 3-man teams from Digitalytics and Team Liquid. And by the look of things here, Digitalytics have decided to try to go in on the north of this new circle and try to see if they can clear out. But they have 2 snakes laying about, and if they step on one of them, will probably lose one guy because they'll usually go for the kill and the flush extremely quick. Melman on the other side. Let's see how they approach this one. Dvard and Pixel currently front runners, and Shung playing on the back line and anchor to see if somebody else is coming in. Nobody would kind of push that position from the warehouse unless they're playing East, and they would have been aware of that. So really coherent gameplay right now from Digital Lyrics. I really like the synergy that they're displaying and the game awareness being quite prevalent here. Is Rich. Let's see. For me right now, it's how does Blaze make it into the late game? The amount of utility that they have available to them right now. I've seen 9 smokes. I've seen 4. So they have 15, 20 smokes for late game. A lot of offensive utility as well. 4 Molotovs and 3 nades I saw there. That's just crazy. They don't really need the nades. If they can set up a really good push for this one and get into the control of the western side of the fence there, they could pretty much be winning the game just in utility alone. That could be quite impressive to see. Liquid trying to hold the back push, but probably not happening with considering how this is trying to push the north, though Perfectus has managed to snake all the way into a really good spot, and now DA here pushing. See if they find Melman.
You understand why as well. They're not going to just go running out of the warehouses. They need to go under the cover of whatever they can, and that's because Liquid has the high ground. Liquid have those little letterboxes that they can see through and watch the cross. Like, no matter how many smokes you have, you can see above those smokes from the angle that Liquid's holding. So you have to take an alternate route, and this is exactly what DA is doing. 3 players up, so at least got a fair few to take to this late game fight. Again, checking those areas, see if they can just catch one player of Liquid, but we do have these snakes in the grass that you mentioned.
Oh, Melman.
Playing close is an advantage here for DA because they can trade off. Okay, it's Young. Good kill. That removes one objective. Perfectix is in the open. What in the hell? Smokes plume in. Thank you very much. There we go. So he's in the smokes, and maybe this is a slight distraction. This is Team Liquid. They'll have to face this at the end of the day. It's probably the reason that James is overextended out towards the little ticket booth area.
Imagine if Perfectus manages to win this game just by sneaking into the very center and let the fight kind of just occur around him. I doubt that he has.
They've got to be kicking themselves a little bit, right? This is where they loot. This is where they started. This was a, with all due respect, a bit of a gifted circle, and they just they
lost that position. They let it happen. If they wanted that position, obviously you have to greed in second zone there, but Liquid just saw it popped up. They wanted it.
They didn't have the full roster there, did they? They were still spread even for that.
It was only 2. Perfectus was playing on the eastern side in the warehouse. Spyro is holding the northern red brick, and Perfectus has become one with the bush. He could very much stay here.
The greatest ghillie suit I've ever seen. I'm gonna be honest.
That is, it's gonna be very, very hard to find him right now. I gotta be honest here, and he's sitting probably the most central spot. It's absolutely crazy.
Imagine if everyone kills himself around him and he wins this now.
That'd be crazy. Blaze, though, 4 guys alive. They still have something to say in this one. It's looking very likely that we're going to see on the eastern side of things, we're going to see Liquid and Digital Lyrics fight for this because of how the terrain and how the kind of buildings are laid out. What's coming in already. And that is from Blaze, making sure that they don't push out and they don't take control of that western side. So Blaze already in a really, really good hold of the majority of the circle, and they're poking. You can see how with the 2-2 split, they're forcing the 2 teams to stay on that side and trying to force them so close together in where the circle will be that it's going to be inevitable for Liquid and DA not to fight. So this could very much be a massive game for Blaze.
There's even potential here that Liquid actually takes them outside of power grid. Maybe takes them on the hillside, because this is going to be a bit of a bombardment that they certainly need to be aware of, and I would say they are aware of. With the smokes coming up now, anyone can just run in here. This favors, all of this action completely favors the final player from VP. You boys just kick the living hell out of one another. I'll stay here and wait until all is said and done. I mean, a random grenade could catch him, don't get me wrong, but no one's looking towards those bushes. You naturally wouldn't. Blaze finally engages. Mexi down, tanked up, less than 50% HP. We've also seen Ibi caught in the backlines as well. This is DA. At the moment, Liquid are just between a rock and a hard place. Ibby were the first one to fall. Molly goes over and catches him. He's burnt, he's down. Mexi has been spotted. The heal will try and unfold. James is just tanking up on Stims and getting ready for the fight because he knows the fight of his life. When he peeks his head out of there,
No way.
it's going to be a turret. Perfectix, don't move. Don't show your ankle. They're not even looking his way. There's still a viable chance. This bush could be the downfall of everything. They've got trees also and shrubbery to the left-hand side. He's going to be occluded out of vision. Nothing spotted just yet. Ibby about to lose his life unless the resuscitation just comes in. It's got a pause. He's not out of it just yet, but the blue's there. Is he back on his feet? No, they lose him, but only just. Mexi also all tanked up and every single smoke. Perfectix is forced to move. Finally! The audible cue comes in and VP's chances are gone, but it was a valiant attempt nonetheless. Two players from Liquid, absolutely no HP between them. Needs to carry on looking. Mexi's feet, his ankles are gone. Now it goes into a 2 versus 3. One player from SMB's down. Youth is forced to heal as well. Apocalypse, he's been caught. Still with the iron sight, just mopping them up. Rip9 needs to go huge here, and all of a sudden, SMB, 16 frags, Martin. You said earlier on they were looking strong. They get the win, and I tell you what, that is a lot of frags to boot as well, tied in tie with it.
That was a crazy game, and I gotta say the execution there from Blaze, that was just on point. The way they managed to sweep the west side, they got all the utility that they needed to kind of set up, and also the way that they used their smokes offensively to both visually and also gate the teams that were on the east side, and poking at both teams to make sure that they stayed within their fences and stayed close to each other so the fight would happen inevitably. So that was just super well executed, but it was close. VAR managed to get 2 down. Trade as well coming in from Shang. You know, that was just an insane game overall. One of the most interesting endings I've seen in the Power Grid. But yeah, Blaze, 16 kills, managed to close it out and put themselves on the board here. What a fantastic game for them. 16, yeah, really impressive.
It has a huge, I mean, we won't until we go through and we tally it up and we go back with James. Like, we won't see the full impact, but that's... They only had 17 frags coming into this grand final. They've almost doubled their fragging power. They've certainly doubled their wins in one game alone. That sends them up there potentially into maybe top 3 after one game. And it kind of shows everyone else now that simply after one game, how much it can change the entire just course of how this competition goes. It's done it for one. Everyone else is still within this. It's a little bit unfortunate for VP. There was a chance there to win it. But yeah, they spread themselves way too thin at the start of it, and Liquid took advantage of that.
Yeah, you know, you have to be a bit greedy there, but when you lose, you know, 2 opening 1v1s, then yeah, you can't really. It's going to be hard to defend, especially the way that Liquid they managed to put themselves into the spot. They were very close to each other. The refrag came in as well. The support was there immediately. Potentially, there should even have been 4 guys alive if the flush didn't come in. I think even with some pressure from the south side as well. So yeah, in general, super well played by Liquid, but Blaze they just managed to completely close this one out early. 12 kills coming in into the late game and managed to mop up an additional 4 for a 16-kill chicken. It was extremely impressive and super well executed by them. That's just a picture-perfect way that I was kind of saying how I expected it to go, and they just did that perfectly. They were so aware of their surroundings and their opposing players as well.
I think the bigger counteract of that, Martin, you have to look at Mutiny and the position that where they actually were for that.
Right.
They had to remove them. They had 4 players alive and kicking, and in the blink of an eye, they were removed. By doing that, by getting involved with that fight, it just gives them so much room to take control.
Yeah, and yeah, for sure. And they took it away from them. It was mainly them how they managed to play around the terrain, deploy a bit of the smokes, and yeah, they were just ready for it. So they closed it out quite well. Yeah.
All right, then we're going to take a very short break. We'll get James back in. We'll discuss it all a little bit more. For now, don't go anywhere. Grab a drink, and we'll see you guys in just a second.
before this go of things, but time is not on his side here. Blue's on his back, and the nade comes out. Vex taking chunks from the blue itself. 80 trying to stay ahead, sees the nade. You can see Vex trying to just work around that. But it lands! The burn nade! Dex is an animal! He's doing everything. He's doing the dirty to face. He gets another! Who is this man? And where has he come from? 5 kills. He wants more! He gets more!
The most insane 1v4 we have ever seen in PUBG.
I mean, we're already seeing throwables come out completely blinded. To look at the amount, this is playing with your food right now, Sonic. And Pants, do it! Sonics, I love you so much for that.
เดินเลยคุมเดินยังไม่เลยนะคุณอาร์ตแล้วสเปย์ครับเป็น4 15 ทีตัดเจเคนได้ช็อตนี้วิทยามาแจมแล้วก็บอลเก็บมาคุมเฮจอดได้แล้วคุมเก็บดับเบิลคิลนะผู้ชมครับส่งเอสเตเดียมจบอันดับที่16ต้องบอกแล้วพระเอกของงานนี้คือกรุ่มของจริงครับผมแล้วกัน
他4个人几乎是同样的角度，这个雷不错，911一雷炸2个。Inonex 的位置刚才911后条应该也发现了。
这个是没有扎到，没有扎到。
舱里面也有人能修的。
哇，911这。
ngay bây giờ đi không là có tình huống KovaaK sẽ diễn ra rồi. Bây giờ thì thêm một đại diện nữa muốn tham dự vào đại hội võ lâm của chúng ta nhưng quyết định đâm về phía các thành viên của Semeno, đấm liên tục vào mồm các thành viên của Magic Esports và đó là Hoàng Thành Cơ cũng như là vị trí của Levin bị cấu đi một lượng máu khá lớn nhưng mà không sao, việc đánh nhau xảy ra.
어쨌든 GX에 있는 위치에서도 다 보이거든요. 자, 그리고 와 라이딩 수류탄! 와 리퀴드! 라이딩 수류탄을 했어요. 기가 막히게 들어갔는데요. 이야 진짜 많이 들어가요.
Смотрит, Комекс анонимуса достреливает, подъезжает на позицию Мьютини Экзэмпл, а хаешек-то уже нету. А вот парни заготовили, по одной хаешке сложно будет, просто убегает. Что он сейчас провернул? Прикрывают его тиммейты, взрываются все игроки команды.
There you go. Necro already into the long building. How I feel about these long buildings matchup.
Poor Necro, man. He's always like by himself having to do these crazy plays. That grenade bounce
it
was
made it
beautiful! Oh my god, Necro! That was amazing!
Super massive blaze set the lobby alight. What was that? In doubling their kills, getting themselves the chicken dinner, a massive boost up for this now roster truly of veterans, getting themselves into a great spot here in this tournament. I've got Martin, I've got Richard talking about this game. Martin, how many endings can we have near Power Grid in this tournament? I feel like we've had so many, more than I've had in any other tournament ever.
Yeah, it's definitely been a Power Grid patch for sure. We've had a fair share of endings, but they've been, you know, similar but so different in the end as well, how they turn out. And I really like, you know, both the northern one we had, also this western one here. You can see how the teams, they improve from game to game and how they managed to play it out so much better. This flush here from Perfectix onto Clip, that is probably one of the reasons why Liquid decided not to push out and not to kind of take an offensive angle. Gustav also managed to get 3 kills onto Question Mark. A little bit of help from the side, I believe. They got shot from, I think it was either VP or Blaze, Question Mark. They lost that. This drop, though, from Perfectix, oof, that was extremely impressive. 9 HP that result.
Yeah, very, very nice. It's rare, actually, Rich, we get kills so early. The VP Team Liquid situation, rare we get kills that early, have that much of an impact later on into the game in almost exactly the same place, because this was center for a long time, and obviously these guys were just going to sit around in Power Grid until they had to do anything else.
I'm intrigued if the initial push up to them was to apply pressure and kind of box them in. Certainly, if it was just a full Hail Mary send, it was a risk reward, and it paid off, right? It did a lot of damage to VP. It cut their chances down to winning this event, winning this matchup. and been able to, I mean, from Liquid's standpoint, everything, again, it depends if it was just a full Hail Mary, but if it wasn't and they knew that the roster was split and the resources weren't towards the front of this building, then it was just really a really solid read and a good gesture of them being able to put themselves in a position where they could understand who their biggest enemy and what their biggest enemy was doing.
Yeah, Vard once again towards the end here for Digital Athletics, and it bears repeating, Martin. Digital Athletics yet again in a podium situation here in these games, which yesterday we already saw that hallmark run true throughout the majority of the games, and we're here again.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. You know, it was also close. They if they didn't have Youth on the angle there, VAD manages to get 2 knocks as well. Pixel getting a trade. It came down to the last one we won. But yeah, they have consistently just put out an insane amount of consistency in both placement but also kills. You can see here 46 kills for them so far, the second most versus Pro 48. Blaze, though, is going to put themselves into a really good spot, though, just 1 win and 16 kills. Obviously, a really high-kill chicken dinner, but into straight into third after that one. It's just, yeah, super impressive.
Yeah, and let's iron that out with even more context. They were previously in 11th place.
Right.
So, considering the massive jump up that they just have, they have to be absolutely ecstatic with that performance. And the fact that was, was that 16 kills?
Yes.
Yeah, 16, right, yeah.
So that now means that they are in the lead when it comes to the kills for a win, or the highest kills for a win in terms of those special prizes. Because I think yesterday the highest was 15 that we saw coming out from that. So amazing stuff for Supermassive Blaze. They could have potentially, Rich, just have bagged themselves $2,500 or something like that.
Which really isn't bad for a day number 1 performance. Excuse me, a game 1 performance on day 2, is it? Like... And that's the biggest thing with this whole format, is that a win can turn your fortunes instantly. It's the one comeback mechanic out of all of this, and the one biggest thing. Like, it's a shocker to teams how you can go from being, you know, down towards the bottom end of the table.
Yeah.
A couple of wins, easier said than done, of course, but a couple of wins can basically win you this competition off the bottom of, you know, from being bottom of the table essentially.
Yeah, just a massive performance by them. And it's not like, you know, Martin, when you look at this kind of performance and we look to that chicken dinner as the thing that has propelled them high, the 16 kills and the fact that they were pretty active on that west side to then be moving in towards Power Grid and play it the way they did, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, and also being able to keep 4 guys alive throughout. You know, they had 12 kills going into the late game and into the last kind of combat with that. And how they, you know, they got into a spot where they obviously could take on Scar with some nades and some pressure, but they didn't lose a single player in any of their engagements. 12 kills from their kind of mid to late game fights and early game as well. And they just continued to stay 4 strong. And you know, I pointed it out as well. The only team to be 4 guys live, taking on the teams, being able to flex out with a 2-2 split to poke at the other teams to make sure they don't get any flanks coming in from the backside. That literally set themselves up for this win here.
And if only Perfectix didn't have to move from that bush. Once again, VP and DA can continue to be extreme threats regardless of the situation. But anyway, let's get into it. Our second game of the day, Miramar, is on the cards, and we've got Martin and Rich to bring you it all.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed. Here we go. Game number 2. VP. Can you fare a little bit better? I mean, the placement isn't too bad, Martin, but we've got to be honest, and we have to say it. They must be kicking themselves now. That is home territory. That is home turf. They turn, but they... You can't be at their level. It's not something that we anticipate, and probably why I'm driving it home a little bit more than what I should. It's just not something that you let teams get away from and get away with, and VP's a team that, yeah, they just simply got caught with their pants down.
Yeah, they obviously wanted to keep that spot for themselves. They know coming out of that red brick gym there is yeah, it's super good. You're able to take a lot of control. You have a lot of entry points. You can cover a lot. It has 2 levels as well, so that's why they stuck 2 guys down there to make sure if this circle went in that direction that they wanted to hold on to that. But yeah, you get contested, and that's one of the things, right? You can play the game so well, but you're never in control of what the other teams decide to do. And a full format crash from Liquid is going to be extremely hard to defend us too. So yeah, they're obviously quite sad of it, but up until that point, the decisions was correct. They were doing all the right things. So it's outside stuff that is putting them into a different spot, and I'm okay with that. They it's going to be extremely hard defending. It's a really breachable building and compound of the, like at the side of the compound. It's extremely easy to get into. There's a lot of holes in the fences. The whole opening of the gate of the gym is extremely open, and yeah, so a full 4-man crash from Liquid, unless you're 3 guys there to defend it and already maybe pre-nading, then you're gonna have a hard time doing it.
Quantos quartos?
See if things do a little bit better than
Qual a
this.
metragem?
Massive Blaze, previous winners. Most
Não,
kills
mas
in
não
one
sabe
match.
se é 40,
James
50,
alluded to it, and there it is,
quadrados.
$2,500 in the bag.
Mas como é
Unless
que é?
someone else
É
manages to
apartamento
take it
moderno
away
que
from them.
tem
16 kills
essas
in a win
coisas
is not
que o
easy by
seu
any
Marcelo tem?
means. We've seen lots
que
of
nem o
huge
do
games from
Mirage.
people before, and lots of huge fragging
É
games.
prédio mais antigo.
To tie it in with a win as well makes it that much more important and
Quantos
much
andares
more
tem o
vicious
prédio?
to the rest of the lobby, I want to say. You've now set the standard of how the Championship Sunday needs to play out. You've now set the tone of what this lobby needs to do in order to rectify and get themselves back up towards the best of them. The circle this time, it's a little bit more to the east, kind of actually homing in and around, not too distant of Ence's home position. August will be there, SMB will be down there, so this is a good start.
Não, é porque a Luciano das Neves é comprida, né?
Ending the previous one as they mean to continue in the start of this one. DA, looks like they're looking for vehicles at the moment, just trying to find themselves a place to call home. This will be up just below, I believe, Elazar, above Junkyard. So, again, within the circle, decent starting area, vehicles, they've got them, they're going to be happy with this, they can transfer through. Teams that will be the furthest away from it, we'll talk about those. Question Mark and Ding. Ding having a bit of a difficult arrival previously as they turned up. They pretty much got battered on arrival by several teams. Question Mark, Martin, kind of same principle. They had a lot of fights on the outskirts, and unless they go early, they might even fall to the same thing previously.
Yeah, I'm expecting a long rotation from them, considering how they knew the plane path was. They're going to be in a long rotation to the eastern side, coming in quite slowly into the circle, potentially, considering how far away they are. But Ence is already taking on and trying to clear. Oh, shots coming in already quickly. Found Tixu. Now they have to defend. Really good angle there from Diggory. Quidpa's going to go for the nade flush instead. Tixu trying to crawl around, try to avoid that. Nade didn't connect at all. He bounced it off the wall and it went on to that. That's pretty good. Ooh, the quick peek, and he's going to have the flush. He has no vest though, Quidpa, and only a level 2 helmet, so he's going to be bruised up. There's a 2 vest right there. Take it. No, Quidpa.
He's panicking. He's panicking.
He wants to disengage.
Yeah, there was an option there just to kind of leave him to it. Go get your vehicle, go get a 2 vest, and honestly get the hell out of there. Now he will overstay his welcome. He's forced to fight this unless the rest of the roster want to turn up and take it to Ence. It's a priority fight as well for the position. This is Central Circle at the moment. Rest of August, they're currently above La Bendita. And Liquid's hot on the tails. SMB's also encroaching in on this position. So I think the time, I want to say, the time for a retrieval on this might be over and done with, unless Ence has just really been playing this cautious. Ono's going to be over there with the vehicle. He might get away with murder. I'm quite surprised at that. Run into the outskirts. No one's going to chase him or challenge him, so we'll get away from it. They'll get the pick up and be able to continue. With Ence having a good position off the bat, losing the player a few minutes in, it's not going to feel good.
No, that's unfortunate. Being down to 3 guys as well due to their rush to change.
Porque você vai querer receber visita, né?
Navi driving next to each other with VP. Oh, both are considering what are our options here. Should we continue driving? Should we go for the quick peek?
Não, é porque eu pensei também, eu podia botar o computador na sala. Mas aí se você recebesse visita, né, não ia dar certo.
I think here VP just wants to close it out. Alright, we're in the jungle compound.
Ah, tá.
Oculus is there.
É 2 quartos ou tem mais alguma coisa?
Mais algum quarto? With at least 3. I think 1 is driving, MX is still driving. And they want to take over this spot. This is a really strong compound, especially in this circle. Kind of hard to hold on to, hard to defend, especially as well.
O que eu acho que podia fazer era eu ficava no seu quarto, aí você usava o banheiro da suíte e eu usava o banheiro social.
Liquid are not afraid to take a fight, but it can also be the downfall of Liquid sometimes.
Isso se eu for mesmo, eu não sei se eu vou ficar com você, mas eu ficava no seu quarto e você ficava numa beliche,
impossibility.
E aí o outro quarto ficava para botar o computador. Dependendo do tamanho que for o quarto, poderia botar uma mesa para o meu computador e uma mesa menor para você botar o seu. Ou você botava o seu na sala, se a sala for espaçosa. Que aí não tem problema.
A dona falou é bem espaçoso, então os cômodos bem grandes.
Something like this. It's that risk reward factor once again. Liquid does like a bit of a gamble. We'll see if it pays off. It did last time round. We'll see if this one becomes so fruitful. Next he's disconnected from the rest of the team. The Tulins, Hawkeye, instantly confirmed and killed. A point going their way, or not a point, excuse me, a frag going their way on the board for now. It's because EIQ are not too far in front of them. EIQ is going to have all kinds of problems because they've lost one player already, and they've got Na'Vi literally knocking on the back door.
Yeah, they have to commit to either side. Also, as you said, Mexi disengaged, and from this spot right now, James is trying to solo defend. Thunderlost is on the side of things. See what Na'Vi does. Yeah.
Sharing compounds this early on, it's a recipe for disaster, and it's not something you're going to be comfortable. A lot of noise will be made, a lot of pressure will be applied, so you've got to be careful.
A lot of the prior compounds is still open actually. Ents decided to disengage from the compound that they were contested in, and then left that open. Blaze has decided to go for a 2-2 split. The La Bandita Prio and the useless compound actually by the roadside. August finds one, finds two, finds the flush as well on Nibi. Let's see what Na'Vi decides to do. Entropic disengages from the fight, and Alya advances. Try to take an opening spot here. Potentially could find one. No, they are too far away already. I think Novik is still inside. Let's see. He's able to maybe get a kill in opening here. They're getting closed on. Quetpat lurking on Clip's position right now. Has the info. He's close enough, or we're close enough for the sound cues. And now one more backup comes in.
I'll be hearing all of this and just kind of biding his time. Waiting for them to make the first incorrect move. And laying down as well, I'd assume that he's not been spotted. It's actually quite a... it's an interesting one to have so many teams within such a small amount of distance to one another. Such an early game, but then again with the circle, it's completely understandable. You're looking across at La Bendita, and we've had a few circles that kind of push from that side, so we have to think about it in our mind. Okay, as it hits, Elazar, understandably and notably, will always pull away from there, just given the placement of the city. Minis Generale is the backside of it. Eventually, that's going to get pushed out, so it will move further in from there. We at least know it's going to be going into the northwest. Apocalypse, first strike onto Hell Story, gone. Removed and eliminated instantly. Tries to bank him from the back wall. Honor finally found, so makes it a little bit easier for Liquid. Looks like they're getting the hell out of here with 2 players left remaining in the vehicle, and away we go. Regroup with the rest of the roster, get deeper inside the circle. Still a few player, never mind. I stand completely corrected altogether. Clip, however, has paid the price and lost his life. The rest of them will now commit to the cause and get inside. Ibi down and dead as well. And for Liquid losing 2 players, while it's a very strong compound within this circle, holding it at 50% manpower is not going to be easy.
Oh, it's going to be extremely rough. They're going to be playing a salvage game rather here,
de dois, né?
and maybe try to get
Eu
into late
compro
game.
outro e continuo usando esse aqui com a bateria nova.
Not the best compound, especially considering how the terrain is around it. You can easily push on
se você
to
quiser, eu te passo o modelo.
And it's one of the best spots right now in the
Tá
circle.
bom, então. Tchau.
Hens took back the compound where they lost 6, unfortunately for them, but yeah, they're able to hold it. Also one of the compounds that's quite easily breachable. Navi still in Junkyard, sharing it on Tropic. Definitely should be moving out soon. It's not going to end up here unless we have 5 hard shifts on the northern side. It's going to be a first for me in some time. They decided to go for the 2-2 split. A little further south, and then northeast is actually looking very congested right now with the amount of teams that we see there. FaZe have decided to take Impala, and the rest of the northern side of the factory side of Impala is actually not contested at all just yet. Let's see what Virtus Pro decides to do. They're currently holding the saloon. Quite a good spot, but it's still on the kind of northern side of things. You will see how far they decide to get this. Obviously, we've seen a fair share of the circles coming up this way, especially with phase 4 and being a factor. Dante taking some shots, Baldesley as well. Pressure's coming out onto Virtus Pro. Sitting in a 2-2 split. I kind of like their split right now. They're definitely expecting things. I had the pleasure of playing a bit with Squeaky the other day, and he was praising Batulins, saying Sasha is a fantastic IGL. He knows stuff. He knows something. He's clever. And that's definitely the telltale so far for VP. They are extremely prepared, both on what they know about the other teams, what they play, but also on how the game plays out. 4 guys live right now. VP could definitely have a good game for this one here, Rich.
They could. Certainly could. Let's see if the circle's favourable to them and they have to wander down. Liquid's going to be in the way, but again, it's not too... Shouldn't be too much of a struggle, really, a 4 versus 2, regardless of it being Jeems and Mexi all together. Skade, just the left-hand side, something to keep note of as well. If they want to move forward, then that'll be a jump spot. Depends how the circle falls onto them, and it falls perfectly, so they will have to go through Team Liquid. VP's position, once again, becomes almost priority. That's only secondary to where we're looking on DA, and that's quite a decent split, actually. The 2-2 for the small amount of land and small amount of hard cover they're going to control as well. It could work in tandem to deny people access. Rip9, player in front of him using the budget helmet, the level 1. The gear's not with them, but the manpower is. They will push forward. Probably go to one of the back sides of the hill. They'll know the priority placements here. They'll know the priority positions that teams will be holding, and you can't just fully send it. At least not blindly, which is unfortunately will need to happen here. 4 Supermassive Blaze. It's like EIQ are actually making a big old push. Faultlessly needs to fire and lay the hammer down hard into EIQ to deny this one. The rest of his teammates needs to hurry up because he's the only player standing. Firing early has bought some time, but probably not enough. They will be inside the compound. They will be at his doorstep now, and it's something he needs to be aware of. Fate, meanwhile, trying to make it over to this fight. He's getting shot in the back, so a quick, brief moment of pause to heal up before he enters this. Warzone will be needed. Aduzi spotted him just on the ridge line. The one player outside of all of this. The doors are open. Welcome in. Questionable play just to open the door and wander in. I don't know. You know that those hallways are going to be covered by players. I don't get it. You've got time, you've got room, you've got your teammates to work off the back of, and ultimately they just throw a body into the fire for no reason whatsoever. So EIQ lose another player.
Yeah, they're going down to just 2 guys again here. It is obviously not optimal. You always want to go for the refrag possibility. Pushing us through is a must in that situation for sure. Mutiny is taking up another space just south of Virtus Pro. And Blaze obviously close to them, has all the info of where they are, how they're playing, and where they're sitting up. All the audible cues for sure. And this next circle here could very likely also bounce up towards them. With the 2-2 split. Oh, Richie Beardo spotted from afar. It's Metalman taking him down. Literally from Narnia, actually. It's a 500 meter shot. Really good connections from Melman. Now, question mark going for the full 4-man send in one car. And they've had a pretty good high ground to scout and spot from, so they will be able to get some more info. Dropping off one, getting one more car. It's gonna be taking a bit of blue damage, staying as 3 for the rest, and then they can get into a stronger spot, at least inside the circle. Samuel's gonna find Giria from Plan B. And Hello My Bad is also roughened up inside the shack. Archie's gonna be flushed, and the next circle has popped. Yeah, it's actually gone a little bit, not north, but it's donut a little bit. And Blaze, Mutiny, Digitalytics, and Virtus Pro is currently sitting inside the compounds that are, or not the 2 compounds and the 2 open spaces that are prior on this circle. Redline holding the east, and the rest of the teams, they're gonna have quite a rough time getting into the circle. They're gonna have to fight their way in. That's a good mollo. Ooh, really good turn from Hello My Bad. Didn't connect Molly actually. Now Nate's coming out. They really want to get rid of him here in the northwestern side. They want to hold. Oh, that's a really good nade onto Alia.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt him. Now the rest of them will have to kind of rally around that and work the way forward. I'm just trying to see what kind of angle Quizzy's gonna have as he heads over this one. Is that Molly going to go inside, or it just bounced a little bit too far? Actually hit the top of the shack, and he is burning, so it's clipped him. It's transferred on the floor. Oh, that is an impeccable Molly. Denies the front door and now continues onwards. Instantly, Hello My Bad is removed from play. Now they go for the nades. Now they have some sort of rough information where these will be lurking. That's going to be good. That's going to be absolutely frigging awesome. So much damage is done. If there's a follow-up on there, that will be 2 players down bad. He can continue to hold this, though. With the flashbang follow-up, they might not just catch him on the back lines of this one. Get your gun out, my dude, because you're going to have players knocking on the door rather shortly. Falls back. Navi's there, at least. Certainly ones that are close to try and give him some sort of support, but never mind. Nookie from the distance makes this so much easier for Quizzy, as all he has to do is find the Wanderer laying on the floor. Just cop for him on the back, see you later, and that is Plan B down.
And they also managed to get all 4 up alive again. Oof, that is question mark removed from the game by Redline. Potentially also able to keep all 4 alive. Lukarooks has smokes on him. Shots are coming in onto Ding. They're actually trying to the third party, but Redline looking to take control of the northeastern side of the circle. Let's see if the third party will come in from Ding. They don't have to. They want to. They want to make sure that the east is theirs.
Red line. Liquid still here, lingering. Been a while, to be fair, holding this to 2, and there's another team that's moved into the compound. We said eventually Skade would have to get involved within this. They most certainly are doing clean, concise. They've got some idea that there is a team round. The flashbang first one's there. The follow-up, the transfer. All 3 of them! Mexi! You dirty, dirty boy. That is disgusting.
That is such a transfer. They should have been able to trade that, but Mixer's just too quick. Especially with the M4 as well. It's rare that you see that 8 taking on some shots onto Besto. Scar team is out. Skate is out as well. Mexi actually gets a quad kill on them. Nades are coming in from Redline. Ding is getting cleaned as well with some help from FaZe Clan. Redline 6 kills so far.
That's good. There's failings to be brought up there, Martin. You know, I'm not going to take it away from Mexi. They should have been able to just trade off on him. How in the world 3 players just went in 1 by 1 and didn't do a single scratch to him? Well, they did. They almost killed him, but still, needless to say, to take on all 4 players and get an ace out of it, it's going to be good. Lukarooks, no idea where Fex is. That's instant confirmation on the knock. The rest of FaZe Clan will now try and get involved in the fight. Entropic is gone, 10th position for them. Gustav, has he spotted somebody? I certainly have heard those shots, so I'll be able to look and see where this next target is going to be coming from. Jimbo, spotted. From one Finnish team to another, the pain will never stop. Liquid, unfortunately, we're down to 2. Mex is the last man standing, and he is up against it. Na'Vi will be in front of him. Ents will be down to the south. Navi's actually sending it to the foothills of SMB, so they have to be very, very careful in all of this. Mutiny. Prime center certainly on this circle. Confirmation finally comes through onto Jimbo. All the way at the north, VP still just holding it down.
Oh.
What in the... Good God!
It's a bombardment. That's insane.
That's how you kill Navi, I suppose.
Yeah, you just clear it out, and Mexi gets a free pass into the northern side of the circle, most likely. 8 kills for Mexi himself, and 8 kills for Liquid total. That's an impressive feat so far for him.
Oh, we've seen some teams just removed from play in this matchup so far.
Yeah, Skate the first player right there should have gone deep, so you remove the kind of the aim from being so close. He was able to transfer so easily. Shots he continue to put on more damage onto the Finnish guys. And I know the Olympics is on right now, but that's looking like some 1v1 action right there. Smoke's coming out, smoke team deployed. He actually has the high ground to be able to play, because it's just barely in, and Enz is going to be taking on Blaze. Virtus Pro is going to be taking on Mutiny as well, so he could be playing it a bit low and slow. Potentially also get a few more kills.
There's a good dip off for him, which takes him out of vision of VP completely. So the survivability factor's there, but he's just walking into a Hornet's nest at the moment. It feels like he wants it. Doesn't get the knock this time to home.
Oh.
How's he even managed to knock that player?
Oh, bad.
He's just so good. Okay. With one of them down, there's problems now going towards the side of SMB. Bambaki will be the second one that falls. It looks like DA have got a full read on where SMB are. They can keep on punishing. They do. Huth will be the next one to fall victim. Jempty strikes and gets confirmation on the knock. Ents, by the way, have been lurking and lingering and trying to wrap around this fight all together. Apocalypse from first place down to 7th. Supermassive Blaze does not go any further. A little jump through the smoke will try and... At least the movement that he's got, it stopped him from dying and being out in the open while he's fallen, but I don't know if Rustamar has the abilities to go and get him up on his feet. There isn't really much cover for there, and going out in the open could be costly. Circle will be moving slowly as well, so you have to keep that in mind while you're trying to get the revive also. Face Clamp, let's not take anything away from it at the moment. They're in a 2-2 split. They've got a good proportion of this circle. If they can hold out red line and keep it clean with 4 players, they're looking good for this late game. Same can be said for DA, 4 players up. Mutiny. You now have to hold the line. This is the deciding factor of what you do towards the end game. You've been here for all this time, you've been chilling, but now you've got the #1 team currently in the lobby heading your way. If you can hold out VP, then you've got access to this final zone. If not, you're in trouble, because VP will not take any prisoners on their way across this hillside.
VP obviously being our most chicken dinner winners right now with 3 wins on Miramar. And with just this game and the next one to go, it's looking hard for anyone to be able to contest that. Being able to bag himself additional $1,250. AIDS, he finds QB with a fantastic nade. More flashbangs being utilized here. Ooh, Ivis standing in a really good angle. Info coming in. Oh, Nail's gonna find 8C. Shots coming in, they have to go fast. Vex finds one more. Oh, it's going to be really quick cleanup for them. Not sure. Oh, yeah, they got the time for the circle as well. No, yeah, Nate's coming out. Gujara, unfortunately, dropped the nade when he got knocked himself. Virtus Pro moving in between FaZe Clan and Mutiny. And Digital Athletics there on the southern side with 4 guys alive, playing uphill in a really advantageous position as well. This could very much go their way. Let us see how this develops. 3 teams with 4 guys alive here, Rich, and Mutiny on 3.
Gustav has drawn the attention for all but a moment. Nades have been used, but Fuzzface has got hit from an alternate angle altogether, something he probably did not expect. And Seong has just been an absolute pain in the backside all the way down towards the south. He just has a perfect window to lay into the backlines here of FaZe, and he's cut the ranks in half. And they've got the circle. The hardest shift in the world is favourable to them, and now everybody has to come their way. For DA, if they really want to Martin, there's opportunity here to set up on the edge of the circle and gatekeep this thing completely. Lock all the players out, deny access. If anything, force players into one another, orchestrate this fight, and let them kick the living hell out of one another so they've got less players to deal with towards the late game. FaZe will try and trap VP. This will give Zhongs maybe a window of opportunity to reposition to a better angle. For Mutiny, you've got the blue against you. This is their biggest downfall at the moment. They're going to be flooded into a bottleneck to which DA will open fire once they arrive.
Yeah, this split from DA and how the terrain works for them is going to be super. Oh my god, Perfectix taking down 80 with that headshot from the mini. One more shots coming out as well, and that's actually FaZe getting cleaned out in fourth. Good consistency from them, and Deep managed to stay 4 alive, but Mutiny coming in, putting on some pressure. And they have to take it out. Perfectus taking on U6 as well, and Leash and Granula going to be the last 2 players. If DA decides to come in third part of this, if Pixel is going to find Granula, Leash is going to find Perfectus. This is a perfect timing for DA.
If you're DA, you're setting up to welcome VP with open arms, right? This is your time. There's a brief moment that you have that they're fixated in tunnel vision towards Mutiny because that's what they have to do at the end of the day. They have to deal with this problem. Once they've dealt with it, they've then got to deal with the final boss, which is DA. They control the circle. You cannot stall here. You have the circle on your back. There is no time for respite. There is no time for just sitting around. DA is getting prepared for you to turn your attention to them and work your way into this circle. For VP, this couldn't be a worse circle, honestly. It's completely barren. It's open. Perfectix just nigh on. Escapes with his life. Never mind. Vard, he's been throwing these things for years. Causing Perfectix is down with no little health. A little bit of splash damage off the back of it will confirm the knock. And now they wait. Now they just let them get into the open. Hold for a second and let rip. Here we go, VP. Welcome to DA's house. This is their circle. This is their zone. Spyro, don't get me wrong, gives a little bit as good as he gets on the hillside, but ultimately this would have to be... Okay, that's interesting. Batulins with a belter of an 8 onto Pixel.
What? That has an angle.
Quieted them down for all but a moment, but look at Vard's angle. You called it perfectly, Martin. He's right behind them.
He's got a 3 helmet as well. This is going to be disgusting. Orc in hand. Flashbang as well. The stun grenade can be thrown. They've got them pinned. They're probably going to be able to pin to them as well with Jemsy's position. I'll just wait for the opening. The 4x Orc for Vard. Back to Red Dot. Spot Spyro. Spyro probably also spotted him. More stun grenades are going to be deployed. Shong on the back line with the info. They got a really good reach on Shong though. Jemsy has a 3 vest. With an M4 in hand and a 2x. Let's see if we can make something happen there. The 3v3 right now. They have no advantages whatsoever with the blue pushing them. And it's just down to them using utility. See if they can make an opening for themselves. And Vard with the angle. Jemsy is just literally on the edge. Could open up on them and then Vard will just springboard onto them. They're pushing down. They got a lot of smokes. Utility being used completely correctly. And look at this Jemsy. Sitting inside. Ooh, shots coming in. Oh. The tap. Batulins is going to turn.
That's insane. Batulins turns up. The Groza gets the job done onto Vard. It removes one of them. Spyro's down low as well. Jemsy's chasing this, but he's tagged up with the Molly. He's burning at the side. Spyro's there. Oh my word. This has turned head on heels completely for Digital Athletics. For some unknown reason, the smokes, they've worked their way down. They've got behind them. They forced their way through enemy lines, and VP is destroying DA. DA had all the time in the world to hold them. But that shot, that one clean shot onto Vard from Batulin's shade, just changed the entire landscape. VP should not have won that. They should not have won that. But by hook or by crook, somehow they push through, they fight through. The Groza turn from Batulins was just insane, Martin. To remove Vard from the position that he's in, you said he had the weapon, he had the helmet, he had the gear, he had all the abilities in the world. But all of a sudden, that one final shot from Batulins puts the nail in the coffin and just breaks every little bit of setup they had going for them.
Yeah, the basically 90-degree plus flick onto Vard was just insane with the Groza as well. It'll just shred him apart. So, yeah, I don't know what to say from this one here. This I expected this to be completely closed off for the Digital. They must be kicking themselves. Virtus Pro with another Miramar win. They're going to be on 4 wins for Miramar, definitely closing that one out. Nobody else is going to be able to reach them, and that's going to be 3 wins for them so far here, Sims. It's you know, it's looking very likely for them to be able to close this one out early on.
Yeah, this now starts to get a hell of a lot more difficult for teams that were chasing VP at the top spot. With 2 wins as a buffer, things start to become, it becomes numbers now. You know, if other teams that haven't won a match yet start to win, it takes chances and opportunities away from QM, it takes chances and opportunities away from DA. But yeah, there's a few things to make note of. One, congrats to VP. They're just once again showing why they're the kings of Miramar and maybe even just the kings of this format altogether. But DA, a valiant effort. Once again, these 2 teams, what's that now? I think that's 6, 7, 8, something like 6 games out of 8 they've been towards the top 2, the top 3, and simultaneously fighting one another. Ultimately, 2 teams who won at the end game, 2 teams who got it. A fantastic battle, but for now we're going to take a short break. When we come back, bring James back and we'll talk about it a little bit more.
If the UK would have a PUBG map, that would be Erangel, the forests, the landscape.
The Netherlands? I guess also Erangel.
My name is Luke, people call me T-Bone. I grew up in Essex, in a town called Fundersley.
I am Jord, known as Ibiza. I come from a little city in the Netherlands called Hendrikido Ambacht. I lived in Berlin for 1 year, but returned home to Arnhem.
I grew up seeing my dad playing classic games like Command and Conquer and some others. From there, I played non-stop all kinds of different games.
I always liked playing games, but I started taking them seriously at a later age.
At first, I didn't want to play PUBG, but there was a friend called Fausto that bugged me nearly every single day. Come play, he said.
I didn't enjoy school very much, and I had no idea what I wanted to do after, so I started playing.
And I finally gave in. I started playing PUBG every day. I was totally hooked.
They're doing very, very well.
Oh, he's done it again. We saw it last week.
Right after that, Team Liquid invited me to play for them.
And after playing for a few teams, I ended up playing for Heroic. If you're with your friends, it can be so much fun. You can do all sorts of silly things and have a good laugh.
Our team is pretty international. I speak English 24/7. Each team member is from a different country. Denmark, Finland, Norway, and the US.
All those places are great in esports. I have a personal goal to help make the UK good at esports again.
Dutch people are very direct. We care a lot about communication.
UK people like to banter, but when the banter goes too far, toxicity. This ruins people's teams. It is something I really try to avoid. I think that a good environment based on respect is always best.
It is important to have a good routine. I like to have breakfast every morning, go to the gym, and try to have 8 hours of sleep.
Drink a cup of tea. If I drink tea, I'm okay.
Treating your teammates with respect is also very important. To be a good team environment is essential. Focus on the moment. Esport is constantly changing, so I try not to think about the future too much right now. I'm having a great time playing PUBG with my friends.
Ever since I started in this game, I wanted to be in this big international event.
It's time for us to win something big. We are working hard to win the upcoming PCS or ESL tournaments.
Tea time.
Smoke bomb.
Liquid seals the deal.
What's that? Wait, I'm getting... Write the checkout right now? Oh, well, okay. Virtus Pro. Jeez. The bloody wheeze. How do they keep being this consistent, game after game after game. Not to mention Digital Athletics as well. It has been a ridiculous weekend for these two teams, but Virtus.pro has almost assured themselves victory here at the tournament so far, unless miracles can happen in the next couple of games. Avenger, Sims joining me. Avenger, I mean, what do you say about Virtus.pro? They're just nuts.
Yeah, that's it's disgusting how consistently they're able to put themselves in. You know, this was not their game to win. It wasn't. It was Digital Athletics all the way, especially with the pressure coming out as well. But they managed to get all four back up, and I saw Pixel with some peaks, but Spyro turned them. He put him down to 1 or 2 HP, and losing that position and then you not being able to get that extra knock, that didn't lose them the game totally, but that opened the game up for Virtus.pro for a potential more equal fight. Backs to the blue, smoke being deployed perfectly, and they're able to spread out and open up, and they kind of, you know, countered the position that Bart had with the kind of anchor position that he was able to play. It opened them up to get into a completely different position, and you know, they won the game from that smoke plate.
Just ridiculous. I mean, you guys said it during the cast, Rich, that this wasn't really their game to win. It was all DA's game to win, and DA let it slip through their fingers here whilst we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, I suppose there's some elements when you're kind of looking at it. The whole terrain that you're playing with, it's limited, right? You can't just fully commit to the edge of that circle behind rocks, behind hard cover, and hold them, as we've seen in other, like, there's so many times we see a circle and it's like, okay, we have control of it, we'll push into them now, line up and just basically get ready to musket them on arrival. You can't necessarily do that with that type of circle, but they did have the upper hand in the fact that it was VP that had to make all the move. It was VP that had to do the rotate to get behind them, that had to get in the circle.
Yeah.
So they had that element with them. The game changer, no question whatsoever, the absolute game changer, that kill from Batulins. The knock with the Groza to remove Vard from an advantageous position, looking down upon them, with level 3 gear, with a crate gun. You know, he's got all the tools to completely ruin their day and send this thing home. But Batulins turns up with a big gun of his own and just says, nope, denied, not today, not happening.
Absolutely. Taking a look at some of these final moments as well, and yeah, we saw Navi get absolutely pummeled into the ground. FaZe, we're in an okay spot, but then of course Digital Athletics Zhong was able to open up onto them thanks to a big cheeky angle. And actually, coming back to VP a moment here, Martin, I think it rings true what, you know, we were talking about Batulins in the interview yesterday. He was talking about how conservative they are with their utility right now, and if you can save as much as possible for this later game, it's going to pay dividends. And it shows here, once again, with the amount of smokes that they had to make these transitions.
Yeah, that, you know, utility game is extremely important. And also, I think that's one of the things that they're being very aware of, very coherent of. That nade as well, opening up. You know, overall, just being able to have that amount of utility towards late game where all the other guys, they're basically using the utility to clear out, to open up positions for themselves, and to confirm kills and stuff like that. That just basically enabled them. And also, they fought, and they were past probably 10 crates of bodies as well. They're able to have the complete pick of the litter here. They can do whatever they want. They can make sure they get exactly the setup that they want for the late game, and being aware of how the terrain is as well. They knew that they were going to need a little bit of smokes, but having 1 or 2 grenades, maybe a Molotov, is going to be a huge difference. Also stun grenades, of course. And when you know there's only 5, 6, 7 opponents left, you don't need 200 bullets anymore. You can go down to, you know, 80 spare bullets.
Yeah, you can. So really impressive stuff. Virtus.pro here, really on the victory path. The Digital Athletics trying to catch on up despite all these podium finishes for them. And you know what, Rich? You know what? Let's look back. Let's reminisce into the dream state. And let's watch, once again, as Mexi does Mexi things.
Yeah, so this, like, that, he even does the correct thing. Anonymous goes in deep the first push, right? You want to be able to take off the aim from Mixi as far left to the possible.
Kind of for the window.
Yeah. You want to be able to get him so deep that his aim is not going to be able to transfer onto the guys. But they were just not prepared, and we're not fast enough to do that. So he got a total of 3 kills in that. It's so rare you're able to see a 1v3 in that situation. Also closing out for the quad kill, Mixi, I think, did he end up on what? 8 or 9 kills in that game.
I think
it was just insane.
Yeah, I think he certainly got 8. I don't know about the 9th one. It was on to rip 9, I think, when he got the knock. But they knew they were there because they threw a flashbang in previously when they were approaching. I thought, okay, well that's how they're going to clear it. Then they're going to flashbang clear it off the back of the wall and go for it. But yeah, like we said in there, there's probably mistakes made on their side for running in 3 players just one after the other, you know, rather than running together and being able to trade it back a bit. But still, how he lines up those shots, how he prepares for the third guy to set up for it, it's ridiculous. And honestly, we love to see those things. I mean, to be fair, it was full of all kinds of big kills, that game.
Yeah, I'm trying my very best during this entire tournament to just catch as many of these individual moments as possible, and we've caught so many of them. This tournament has been absolutely littered with them, so it's great to watch, really great to watch. But what is also great to watch is the fact that Virtus.pro has dominated this lobby so far. Digital Athletics is clawing at their heels, and you know, as we just watched here, Martin, Team Liquid might not have got themselves chicken dinner yet. Likewise, FaZe might not have just yet, but look how many kills that they're pumping into this lobby at the moment.
Yeah, and just one kill will put them in the top 3 immediately.
Yeah.
One thing that is interesting though, like both the DA and Virtus.pro on 57 kill. Obviously, if DA won that game, they would have had more. But it's extremely close, and right now the teams that are pumping on the frags, you can really see the impact on the rest of the lobby. They're you know, shredding other teams' hopes and dreams just apart. Being able to frag out some of the kills we've seen from both Clip, Fax, Mexa here. They're just taking whole teams and their dreams, just literally tearing them up and throwing them into the bin. It's actually crazy to see.
Yeah, and I just realized I was about to be like, oh no, we're going to enter Erigel. No, we still got another Miramar, right? So I'm getting ahead of myself. We still do have 4 games here. Of course, there's Virtus.pro sits very heavily at the top, but for someone to have to catch up now, Rich, I think a lot of us are probably looking at maybe DA here to be the ones to really have that big effort to try and catch up because of how constantly they are in the late game, every single game.
We'd have to assume so. It wouldn't be unfair to not say that. The issue is, and I kind of alluded to it, is if we start to get a couple of, if the next, I haven't done the maths here, 2-3 games, if they're all different winners of anyone who's not won them yet, then it becomes mathematically, there is a point mathematically where VP have won this. It's as simple as that. Hell, maybe even, well, yeah, and it will be, because there'll only be 3 left. Someone could potentially draw them. If they win another one on this one, then someone could, there's loads of equations going on. I'm going to try and do it live on air, but yeah, there's that point where if other teams now begin to put wins on the board, VP have got it. Like for those, they just have to deny, as you say, someone like, DA. If they can go after them, if there's ways for them to remove them from play, it makes their lives so much easier. If they find QM towards the later stages, all right, stuff it, we'll go for question mark rather than going for the win. They can change their game if they want to. They're not a team that does, so I don't anticipate it.
Exactly, yeah.
But there is a different game they can play if they choose to.
Yeah, I think that's... you ended that with absolutely the right thing, I think, right? Virtus.pro, they could change, but what is even the reason to, considering how far they're getting into these games anyway, given the strategy that they have at hand? But that's the ridiculous part about it. We're just a minute out here, Martin, from our game, coming into our last Miramar. Obviously, you know, we have hit on VP and DA to death now, considering how strong they are.
Let's talk about someone else.
Yeah. Who would you like to talk about?
I would like to talk about question mark still being a factor from you know, like the poker classic term inside gut shot. One win from them, they would be second, and they would take it away from VP, considering VP only had a 4th place in our week number 1, and they would actually have a total of prize winnings more, actually taking home the whole thing. So that's definitely still a possibility. So VP, you know, they can do all they want. They can win 2 more games. Question mark wins 1 more, puts themselves as the only team on 2 wins, no matter the amount of frags that they have. They will lock down 2nd place with their 5,000 winnings from last week and the 4,500 for week number 2. They will be able to close it out and actually take the whole thing home. So that's a really interesting point as well. Obviously, also you would expect some of the teams that have been doing really well, putting themselves into late games continuously, to maybe win a game as well. So Liquid, FaZe stand still up for win, and I'm expecting them to take one home as well in the next 4 games.
All right, let's get into it then. Final Miramar of the day, Martin and Rich. Bring them.
Thank you so much, James. We will try. This is it, the final match of Miramar for this competition. The question is, do we see a different winner, or do we just see the general old things of VP doing it? And they've already got it once on the board, and DA's not too far, so we're constantly seeing this battle, and it does feel like we are repeating these names over and over again, but it's for good reason. It's not favoritism by any means. It's because they're the ones that are making such a massive impact on this map in particular, constantly at each other's throats, constantly in the late game. But there's 14 other teams we need to also look at, Martin. Who in particular do you think... You know what, let's wait until we see the first circle, and then we can look at, potential team. Are there any other real outliers, you would say, for Miramar, who you saw in the past? Okay, Miramar's really where their strengths lie?
Not to the same degree that we've seen Virtus Pro be able to perform right now. Like, it's hard to say that... Considering the amount of performance that we've had from VP, it's just undeniable that they are currently the kings of Miramar. 4 wins so far, taking home that prize as well. Western Circle for this one here is going to be super interesting. Potentially, Faceland setting themselves up really nicely, but the El Paso kind of endings has been really rough in general. That they're super hard to predict and very hard to play for late game as well. But yeah, it's not so much that I want to point out and say this is their map. Miramar's just they're so much better here because it swings so much from tournament to tournament that one tournament they can have a really good Erangel performance just by winning 1 or 2 Erangels because they haven't won any on Miramar. So it's hard to say when we have this low sample size, I feel like. And if you ask the teams, like obviously it will also be based on current performance. If they just won a game, the momentum, the confidence usually come from the same map. But yeah, most of all kills so far as well here, Rich. 127 kills for Virtus Pro. They will take another prize home, $2,500 on top of whatever they're going to be winning. So they're literally raking in all those chips.
Yeah, it's not a bad going, is it? Because all they're doing is, well, they're just doing the job for her. They're just fragging out and winning events for her. So to be given free cash on the side, there's going to be no complaints. And I kind of like that, these alternate little differences and nuances you can bring into this one. Someone like Supermassive Blaze, who, if they don't win this competition, for example, they're getting some free cash because of the performance that they did put up on their win. If they got the most frags during a chicken dinner effect. So all these other little bits and bats and nuances that we see from this competition, there is money to be picked up, free cash, just for playing your game, just for doing your job, just for doing well while doing so in this competition. It's nice, it's good, and we'll keep topping up with those, and we'll keep checking in with them. For now, let's talk about the circle. We'll bring the map up and kind of go into it a little bit more, because we have gone all the way to the west. I am looking at El Pozo. I am looking at the western cliff face. I'm looking at, a good 10 to 15% of this map that isn't in play. And most importantly, Martin, there's quite a lot of dead terrain around El Pozo that's going to be unplayable, and certainly where the circle's not going to be heading towards.
Yeah, the factor, the fourth zone factor in the El Paso endings in general and Montenegro endings is massive. And that's where your IGL and your macro and your game knowledge really comes into play. And that's where, especially in these kind of circles, is where your late game decisions is potentially going to be able to put you in a spot where you could have a hard shift going towards you, or, another spot where you could be able to, play late from, and then open yourself up to another rotation that you can open a late game up for. But yeah, for sure, in a situation like this, I like to see some of the teams that are going in from an angle for holding just a high ground position on an edge to get the info, and then once circle 2 and 3 pops, they're going to be making a macro move that will put them into a really, really good spot. So that's usually what we see. Faceland in this kind of home turf circle, we usually see one player, sometimes it's AC, sometimes it's Fakes, to play up on the top of the kind of oil processing unit on top of Montenegro to get all the info. And the other guys, they play some really, really good, usually a 1-1 or 1-1-1 or a 1-2. Shots coming in here. Yeah. Gonna find 2. Mexi's gonna find here though. And Flush as well immediately. Let's see if Plan B decides to commit. They are committing. Wanderer coming in as well. Archie going for it. Finds Mexi. He finds Archie as well. Shots continuously coming in. Nates are coming in to confirm it. Ooh, shots coming in around. Evie's gonna find Wanderer. Nate confirmed. Shots coming in from around like that. Oh my god, this is a fest.
Oh, it's a mess. It's an absolute cluster. He'll be the last man standing. The smokes will continue to pour, and for Hello My Bad, same principle for him. Just get stuck in and see what kind of damage you can do. He'll be caught just shooting through the smoke, getting a bit bloodthirsty towards the ladder person. Gets caught. Team Liquid, they'll go down in 16th. That is the end of Miramar for them. They now have only 3 more games in front of them. 3 matches of Erangel to try and stand up and take on VP. But they would need to win all 3 of them. And VP cannot win this. This is now game on. This is now a numbers game. It's as simple as that. If we get a different if we get a different winner that comes into the fold of this game, everything starts to slowly but surely being ripped away from every other single team. But I want to touch on something you mentioned very early on this show. There are still PGC points to be had. It's not all about first. Well, it is all about first for these players, but placement is still vitally important. Playing for that second, that third place, getting as much out of this as humanly possible is still vital. So from every other player and every other team out, and even if you don't have a single win, if second down to 6th, 7th is only on 1 win, you can quite easily snatch second place away from anybody, but you need to have the frags also matching that.
Yeah, for sure. That's the whole thing, right? If everyone ties on 1 win, then frags will be the factor of the tie, and that's where it's really going to be decided. And it's very likely we're going to see, some ties coming up for the PGC points, and it's going to matter in the end. And that's why it's extremely important both to focus on your frags levels. Obviously, if you're able to close out a win in the 12 games that we have each weekend, you're going to be putting yourself into a fantastic situation. Bambaki, though, he is contested right now with backup coming in from Entropic. 3 players. Not one of the prio spots, I would say. It has to be 3-4 hardships going east before it's going to be ending over here. So they just won this for the info. Scouting. Apocalypse going to find a Wanderer.
Never ends, does it, for them? Poor buggers. They've already dealt with 1 fight. Now they've got to deal instantly with another. Plan B. Bit of a rough start, down to 1 solo player now. Bambaki answers back onto Reggie Beardo, but Novik's there. Responds in kind. Rip9, Car98. Can you take Novik's face off? This would slow them down for all but a moment. Jumps down. Teammates towards the back line working their way into this, so they will go for the resuscitation, and it looks like with the loss of the player, SMB will just say, totally fine. We'll get away from this. We'll disconnect. I'm okay with it. Don't throw any more bodies. You're not all together just yet. There's no way to 100% certainly say you're going to transfer and trade off on those players. So just fall back, have another crack at it at a later stage. Everyone slowly but surely magnetizing towards FaZe Clan's position. And I say FaZe's position because they are central at the moment. They have a 2-2 split going just on the road. That runs pretty much parallel to El Pozo. Works its way down into Monte Nuevo, and it's for good understandings as well. When you're looking at El Pozo, there's a couple of potential endings in and around this road. We could go hard shifting down towards the south. We could have that hillside, which we have casted many a times through this competition and many a times this year, to be fair. So double hard shift south, while not favourable, it's not out of the realms of possibility by any means. Power grid, the backside of it, certainly still in play. Again, you're looking for the same principle as down south. It's going to be a double hard shift all the way to the east and pull us, get to the east, pull us out there and get us involved. El Pozo itself, fields, top side of Monte Nuevo, and that's why you've got 3 teams in Plan B, or what's left of Plan B. Navi, VP knocking on each other's door, Ensign slowly but surely working its way into there. And you got a bit of a few scrappy fights that will also unfold. Skade, DA, question mark. They're up by Trailer Park. It's going to be a bit messy. It's going to be a bit scrappy. But if we get a northern shift towards the next circle that pops in, that becomes a little bit more viable. And those scrappy, messy fights, it could be a land grab.
Yeah, next circle is going to be popping slowly, and that's where a lot of decisions will be made off. Big macros coming in still from Ding. Redline is... Nativ's actually thinking that he's going to get crashed. He's in a pretty decent spot. Next circle is going to pop. He's going to send there. Oh, this is a really, really interesting and hard to predict circle. Some teams are going to be staying in the split. Slight chance for an El Pozo. If next one goes north, it's going to be an El Pozo urban ending. I love those. I would actually like to pray for those. But look at how congested it is in the south side here. Nilo is gonna find Pesto, and he's flushed as well. And Redline now has to decide and repurpose what they want to be doing with this compound that they have. Navi in a rotation as well towards the twins. An example has an idea that there might be a player here. Scrambling through those shots coming in. Nades in hand on both Owner and Denderlost could be going in there, but yeah, okay, he's got the idea. He's gonna be disengaging from the fight. He's looking at the rock. Is Patton up there? No, he's not. Mayo, he is. He is. Actually chilling. He's got a two-seater.
It's a pain in the backside, but you know what? Whatever works for VP. They got themselves a drop coming in. It's just outside of the safety net, the safety catchment of their compound. So we'd anticipate that Na'Vi keeps a very watchful eye over that, and if VP makes some sort of approach, maybe there's a trade-off. It's risk-reward again, but we shall see. ENCE is working its way around. It's gone to the rock faces of where Batulans is setting up shop, and if you are ENCE, you understand how VP works. Not even how VP works, excuse me, how all these teams work. That rock face will be somewhere that someone can keep overwatch, full overwatch of what's going on. He's actually a lot higher than them, and he is laying down, not showing face just yet, so this is probably due to the fact that he does have people knocking on the door just downstairs. Very aware of his surroundings as Batulans, and he's a wonderful mind. He's a very, very smart player, and it only goes hand in hand, which is a dangerous combination, really, hand in hand by his individual skill. You saw it from the last one, turning on a dime and just smashing Vad in the face with the Groza. It's a deadly combination, and this is a VP at his full roster and at his prime. I'm excited as a European quote unquote. I'm excited to see what this team can do on a world stage, but we still have a lot of teams that are yet to really show their full potential, I want to say. This format doesn't give us the full vision, and I never want to discredit teams like FaZe, like Liquid, like DA's firing all cylinders. Redline, this year has been their year. I know they've not been up there at the top of the top, the cream of the crop, but certainly they have just been going from strength to strength. And we touched on the topic, I think, last week, Martin, how I think overall, Europe as a whole, not just individual teams, but as a whole, the entire ecosystem is just elevated.
Yeah, for sure. It's really good to see through, tough times for many, and in general that they're able to strive and do well, and also commit to putting some more out together. Heard from the Redline interview, obviously, that these guys have just leveled up their play, and you can see how much potential that they've unleashed as well. So far, though, from them, we need to see a little bit more if they're able to. If they're going to be able to clutch out a bit more points that they want to, of course. Currently, Redline is fifth, I believe, with $500 won in week number 1. Next circle is going to pop here, and this is a really, really hard circle to play in general. Next circle can be a little bit random. VP is deciding to go into pots. So yeah, they will commit. No, they saw a car, so they're disengaging. Batulin still with the info on the top. They actually got a kill as well, of course. And they're going to be playing inside the next circle, waiting to see what happens. And I think this is basically off that. No matter where the next circle goes, they kind of have an exit plan, an exit strategy. With Batulin playing for info. This is just disgusting. That position right there. Classic Batulin circle. Fire one more time up. Squeaky. He's like, oh no, guys. Shots coming in. He's gonna be completely dead and done for. Oh, that's nice.
I thought I heard it. I thought I heard it like a couple of seconds ago. Firing a couple of shots off, ringing its big beautiful song. But no, you said he's gonna be dead, and bang. The green gun puts the nail in the coffin. That's a scary prospect, VP, with a crate and that machine. Full field. Supermassive blaze. Next one to try their hand at it. Starting to get rather hot in there, so you've got to be careful where you're going to set up shop. And you about backup plans, having an exit plan, having more than just one. Oh, nobody's dead. Never mind. smoke potentially could have got around the corner, but it doesn't happen this time. Navi. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Circle should, in theory, you're in the middle of the pack there. You're either in El Pozo at the moment or you're down towards the south. You're kind of on this roadside in this weird-esque area, so you're in a position, quote-unquote, to receive at least the Circle, I want to say, as it comes in, unless it's a ridiculous, absolute ridiculous Western. Feel like it's going to come through, so for Navi, they've got a nice little position. They can keep Overwatch. There's no one in the field, so it's really looking towards El Pozo, really looking forward to down south. See who wants to catch people on transition. But again, no one can really get them without challenging them. So if you want to take Navi out of place now, you have to push them, and no one's going to be doing that in the barren landscape. That's it's yeah, for us, it's a matter of kind of just waiting and see. Really, there's nothing else to say about it. The Circle will force the hand of these players.
It should go north. We were expecting a little bit of a northern shift here, but it can be a little bit wild and wonky with the area that it's in. Navi is in a really good spot, I would say. Like, it's kind of, no matter if it goes north or south, it's going to be good for them. Very likely to see a, it has to go in like another further northern shift, but it's very likely a urban-esque ending for this one. Now he's committing to take one of the really so fake is actually leaving one of the spot shots coming in, connecting on Supriel. It's red line on the outskirts, and his team members are not. He's got 4 nades, though. Could put on some pressure onto Ding. Lukaruk's coming for the backup, for the confirmed QE. Disgusting. Mutiny sending it in close. And going towards Scar as well. They're actually not gonna be going all the way to town here. That would be kind of scary. Fix find Kujara. That is one player out. Yeah, they will be stopping. Yeah, that's a good decision for them. Stopping for the info. A little bit of a dip here.
Oi, mãe.
They can definitely play that.
Você já tá no apartamento?
Confirm as well. They could kind of like
Tá bom. Mas é só o seguinte, eu posso falar com você rapidinho? É que é o seguinte, eu tava olhando aqui os headsets. Eu tenho o mouse e o teclado que era latência super baixa, né, de 1 milissegundo, que é extremamente baixo e é inferior a vários teclados e mouses com fio, né, mesmo sendo sem fio é menor ainda. Eu achei que meus headsets fosse equiparável, fosse comparável, né. Só que, pô, o headset que eu tenho aqui, que é o melhor que eu tenho, que eu tô pensando em consertar a bateria, sabe quanto é que é a latência dele? 30 milissegundos. 30 vezes mais do que a do meu mouse e teclado. É, pois é. Eles ainda fazem a propaganda dizendo que a latência baixa, mas eu não acho isso tão baixo não. Tipo, isso é maior do que o meu ping. O ping do meu servidor aqui em São Paulo é 15 milissegundos. Então, quer dizer, é quase que inaceitável. É por isso, no jogo eu percebia, eu mexia, mas o barulho demorava pra vir o barulho, né? Tipo, eu dou um passo e o barulho vem atrasado, né? Mas eu achava que era o jogo e tal, mas eu tô começando a achar que pode ser o headset. E aí, a minha ideia é a seguinte. Eu não quero comprar o headset de 1500 porque eu não quero mais usar nenhum desses dois headsets que eu tenho. Porque infelizmente eu não sabia dessa latência. Eu descobri aqui escondido na internet. Isso não é fácil de achar. Eu pesquisei pra caramba, achei um site que tem listado as latências dos principais headsets. Aí esse de R$1.500 eu acredito que seja 1 milissegundo porque é a mesma tecnologia do meu mouse. Eles também não falam, né? Mas deve ser 1 milissegundo. que é o Lightspeed Hero, sei lá, Lightspeed, acho que é Lightspeed o nome, Hero é o com fio. E aí, o que eu quero comprar de 850, a latência dele é razoável, é aceitável, né? É aceitável, é 9 milissegundos. O que é equiparável a muitos produtos com fio, né? Então eu pensei o seguinte, eu vou comprar o de 850 porque eu preciso de um imediatamente, porque esses realmente não são bons como eu achava que fossem. E aí, depois quando der, de repente setembro tá muito em cima. E outubro, daqui a 3 meses, né? Agosto, setembro, 2 meses, né? Agosto, setembro, outubro, eu compro de 1.500. Porque eu preciso ter 2 headsets, né? Pra trocar quando a bateria descarrega, né? Por os dias que eu jogo mais.
Agora eu só vou te pedir uma coisa, né, Eduardo? Você não vai pegar os que você tem, ou outro que você comprar e dar, não. Para com esse negócio de ficar dando essas coisas, tá?
Não, eu não sei o que eu vou fazer com eles, porque eu não posso vender, porque o meu, esse que eu tenho que é o melhor, ele tá todo descascado, igual aquele do PlayStation. A espuma não, o couro, né, do ouvido. Ele tá todo descascado e além disso a bateria já foi pro saco, né? Porque ele tem 2 anos já que eu uso ele.
Mas você pode guardar, né, pra uma emergência, né? Tá.
Mas se eu vou ter 2, eu poderia de repente deixar com o Marcelo, que ele vai jogar comigo.
Hold on, first contact has been made. That's one of the X players going down. 6-2 caught in the crossfire. Dante spots him, so a headshot
mas aí que tá, é porque esse não me atende mais. Realmente ele não me atende. Mas eu vou ver, eu não sei se eu vou dar não, mas eu vou ver aqui o que eu vou fazer. Porque talvez seja pra jogar no lixo, né? Porque a latência dele é alta demais. É uma latência que pra jogo não é bom.
Mas você não pode usar pra outra coisa, não?
Pra outra coisa eu posso usar, mas que outra coisa que eu vou usar? Eu não uso pra outra coisa. Mas a música eu escuto no mesmo headset quando eu tô no computador, o headset que eu uso pra jogo. Mas eu escuto muito pouco música. E a bateria dele tá baixa, tá 5, 6 horas de duração. Aí por isso, então... Mas tudo bem, eu vou ver se eu dou ou não. Acho que eu não vou dar não, mas depois a gente conversa melhor. Porque é aquela coisa, igual você não gosta de dar roupa velha que não serve mais. Então, mas o headset é a mesma coisa, é como se fosse um headset velho que não serve mais.
Tá, mas olha a dificuldade que é pra comprar outro.
I'm going down, see you later, boys. They do pull up. They're just behind Scan. This removes a little bit of pressure from face. Unless they're running from an 8 back in the hell out. It's like, no.
Aí eu acho que eu vou comprar esse de 850, porque não só eu preciso ter 2, mas também porque eu preciso de um emergencialmente, porque realmente eu já vim há muito tempo jogando com esse que lá essas coisas. Eu achava que ele fosse bom, porque é de marca. Eu achei que fosse equiparável ao meu mouse. Meu mouse é 1 milissegundo, né? Só que, pô, 30 milissegundos não dá, né? É muito alto. Então, é só quarta-feira que dá pra comprar? Tá, aí eu te mando por e-mail, você imprime e paga pra mim.
Tá bom.
Então tá.
Tá, depois a gente fala mais tarde, tá?
Tá bom, tchau.
Tchau.
I'd see needs a res, and Ding is looking.
Oh, stolen. We're not gonna find that one. Clocks are still in a off-angle position, and see if manages to get HC up without too much pressure from Ding. Ooh, flush space. Spotted by Priel here. Sail putting on more pressure. Obviously in the background goes down to Native. Native's been putting out a lot of damage. Pressure for that one for sure. This is going to be a really interesting urban fight. EA has a lot of control on the western side, but there's a lot of other teams in front of them. Hockey finds Petulins, but it's on the east. Hockey is going to go down to Perfectix himself, but they lost Petulins. Jack, and if they can open this up and actually take control of these, they could put themselves into a little bit of late game, but Navi is still in front of them with 4 guys alive. Skate is pushing in onto the boxing arena. Popular sitting in there. Plays. It's going to be taking a fight. We're going to have a northern shift for this one here, so it's actually going going to be full urban. Couldn't be street somewhere, but still, it's going to be a lot of big areas inside and in play.
It's a bit of an unfortunate death from Batulins. It's an angle really where he shouldn't have been going down, or at least should have been able to get covered by doing so. They are committing a lot of time and a hell of a utility to remove this one player from the cabin. Finally, the molly's in, and that should send it. But there's a nade coming back his way. He has to avoid it, which he does. Entropic down, but it's not without its own punishing part to play. Losing your IGL. The team capped him. Losing a player, to be fair, at this stage in the game is going to be devastating for VP as they try and seal this competition with a kiss, because if they win this, that's it. No one else can defeat them. They're taking this home. No one can win this one through unless I think there might be some weird and wonderful potential where Question Mark can get second potentially and play off the back of it, but certainly in terms of wins. No, they can't. No, there's not enough wins to actually pick it. No, excuse me. There is. I'm getting ahead of myself. There is a weird and wonderful way that they can, but certainly for this part and today, nobody would be able to top them this weekend. So on the, it's a lot of numbers in my brain. I apologise if I got that one wrong, but still. Big opportunity for VP to steal this one. Gustav and Fex simultaneously going after Ding. That's another big scout to remove. It gives FaZe a little bit more breathing room to play with. And they're going to be, at the end of it, this is so rough, so cruel. The building that Navi is holding is essentially just a complete border patrol. It's a turret towards the side of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to play anywhere, because also it's two levels that you can play on inside. So even if they try to play on some of the kind of higher spots, you could potentially play on the road, but Redline also has a really good off angle for that one. They will be advancing towards the cars that we see on fire right now. And also some of the high ground. Stories, 3 stories inside town can also kind of third party and counter those positions. Lukarooks, we'll see if he can get further in. Shots are coming towards VP from FaZe Clan. FaZe is inside right now, so they're going to be waiting to see if they get a bit of love from the Circle Gods. With a few smokes from FaZe, if thrown far enough, they could smoke off some of the windows and always that they're holding currently from Navi's side. And then we will also see some other guys coming in from the town pushing into that. Gustav's going to find Ivers. The pressure. Coming in from Redline, that is one of the teams that they need to be removed if they wanted to play that open spot that Redline currently is in. But look at this angle. Who's in question mark right now? Oh, they actually did get a bit of love. It's going to very likely be ending west of Hawi in an open kind of area. And this means that 3, 4, 5 teams has to move. We're going to see a fight. Phosphate is going to take them effective. We're going to see a fight that's actually versus Proud. Fight between Question Mark and Diltalytics here, Sims.
Yeah, this one's big. See boys at the top of the board at the moment, the ones that are looking for the wins to try and challenge VP spot Dante. Look at that angle on the door. Faultlessly. On the back of it as well. Here the nades have been pinned, and we're assuming this is an absolute ton of flashbangs. They've not advanced forward under the cover of the flashbangs, so if there was anyone ever waiting, I'm assuming, because that was out in the open, that Question Mark did actually put the away. So they're trying to bait this one. They're trying to go from a different angle altogether. This is complete bait. It's caught them slightly off guard. It's managed to allow them to get around here by Sion. Text on 2, faultlessly at a doozy. Taken down single-handedly. Now they can rush in through the garage. One of them's there to try and stop the advancement, but it's done its job by committing so much time towards the doorway. It drew the attention as if the push was coming through.
Good flash.
They then put the gas canister down, and under the explosion of the gas canister, they run the back. That is super proactive and super, super intuitive. They managed to work the worm they were. In and remove 2 players while doing so. FaZe Clan now the next target on Redline's back. They are well and truly out in the open. So many teams will be able to see into them. Both FaZe is going for the height advantage, but ultimately I think Redline, they could just wait them out essentially. I know they're not too far. Wait a minute, never mind. They're going to go for the throw. They want to go for a second team altogether. They've lost 2 players while doing so. I don't know if this was the right play to send it outside of El Pozo. DA. I really don't know what this was. I can't work it out.
More drive-bys coming in as well. FaZe Clan committing to it. Strong last player from BA. Shot hit onto QB. QB ducking and weaving. He's going to push it. Strong. Right there. Oh, QB's going to find another one. That's actually extremely well played.
I don't know.
FaZe tried to commit for the third-party drive-by. Didn't get much out of it. We'll see how far Redline manages to take this. Oh, the peak. Caleb's been spotted. Nate puts out some damage. Fade has been taken out by Mies with a nade, though. Now the circle has shifted south. FaZe Clan is in a decent position to advance further into this late game. 17 players live, 6 teams. Oh, he spotted him. He will continue. Oh, shot coming in, connecting. Not taking him down. Just yet. Got coming from QB being a major factor into this fight. We're finding another one. After the 1v1. Oh, the third party from Rostenmar is going to take him down. And Nalo and QB might be able to turn this around and maybe even play on the south side. While the other teams, they try to get into the circle. Navi, 4 guys alive, taking on Skate right now. Satan's going to find Anonymous. More shots coming in from Sakura. Dr. Solanese is taken down as well. Navi just disassembling these players right now. And Skate is down to just Nuki.
Decapitated as they went through. Oh, the courtyard push. It was a valiant attempt. The smokes were down, but ultimately it's king to the castle. Navi on top of the moment. Every other team is looking to try and find a way into this. Fade down the corner, causes all kinds of grief for ends. What's left of them takes to. With the shot going, we'll get the second bang off. Looking for more who else is lurking around. They're going to push down. Oh no! Nuki, where did you come from? They do manage to trade up. There's no way! There's no way he's getting away with his life. He absolutely is going to go for the molly onto the car. He backs up, but he's damaged enough in order to get the kill. Never mind QB's there. Redline. The final player. This has just been chaos. This has been an urban ending that we love to see. And Navi has completely mopped this one up with the castle that they've held. Everyone had to transfer through and make it past the mode, but the Sharks got them every single time. QB, the last man standing, with a 4-man stack going strong. Navi win the match.
That was such a good game from Navi.
guys? Guys? Okay. So yeah, some technical issues on the side of ESL. I thought only PUBG was bugged, but it's not just PUBG. Other stuff are bugged as well. But it's okay. They can just fix this, I hope. I hope they fix because this is the grand finals, right? We want to know the winner. Well, I was doing some research. Well, I know my mouse and the past mice I had. Sorry for my English. They had 1 millisecond latency. This is insanely low. Sometimes below 1 millisecond. Even my wireless keyboard was also 1 millisecond. It's called light speed wireless technology of Logitech gaming. So this is lower than many wired devices. Like a wired device. I remember seeing sometimes wired device could have 5-6 milliseconds of latency. So this is considerably lower than even wired. So, and I don't like the wire, and the mouse I feel it at least it weighs less because of the lack of wire. If they remove the DPI button, just remove the weight to lower the weight, so removing the wire is also worthy. And I think it's better for movement overall, maybe, and the organization. One cable less on my desk. The same for the keyboard. Uh, so I got wireless headsets, and I thought, okay, yeah, I didn't even check it. I just saw gamer from a known brand like Corsair, HyperX, Razer, and I thought, okay, this is comparable latency. So I found it's not, and it's obvious why it's not, because Logitech, they advertise clearly as light, special. They have even a special name for this technology, light speed, and they advertise light speed 1 millisecond. And but I thought, this is comparable. If it's not 1 millisecond, it should be 5-10 milliseconds, not much more than that. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell it as gamer headset for that huge price tag. And on the game, I would notice sometimes I don't hear footsteps, and my teammates hear. So that was the cleansing of the ears. My ears had too much wax. Okay, problem solved. But then another problem persisted. Sometimes I move and my footsteps come later. Like I move and there is a delay between my movement and the sound of my footsteps and other sounds as well. I thought maybe it's the game, the game, people say the game is broken. No, it's not broken, but I shouldn't even say that here. But anyway, some people believe that. So I would hear my footsteps with delay, and I thought, maybe this is normal. It could be my headset. No, it's not my headset. 1 millisecond, it shouldn't be. So yesterday I was researching for a new headset because this one got a bad battery life now after 2 years of use, and it's very worn off. Sorry, and I found the latency. I found a new headset from Logitech, which is also the Pro X Wireless, the same name as the mouse. And surprisingly, what do they feature? The Lightspeed wireless technology. So I look into the other gamer headset of Logitech, price considerably lower. So let's research this. Okay, let's check. Let's stop with the gut feeling, and just thinking and theorizing. Let's Google it. And I Googled the latency of the headsets, and man, you wouldn't believe what I found. So I'll just leave the ESL so you can believe what I say, but the ESL screen, what I found was like, the Logitech gamer headset that is not Lightspeed wireless, the one I want to buy. It's brand new, it's a new release. Pretty solid headset. It has almost 10 milliseconds of latency. Okay, that's high, but that should be fine, I think. That should be fine. And then I researched this headset I'm wearing. Corsair, really good brand. Pro wireless gamer headset. How much is the latency? Almost 30 milliseconds. Man, this is higher than the ping on my server. My ping is 15, 20 milliseconds. This is 30 milliseconds. This is unacceptable, unacceptable. So I'm surprised, and I I'll buy new. I have two headsets, two expensive headsets, and maybe they are good to go to the garbage. Maybe they're good to go to the garbage. I don't even want to give them to friends or relatives because you know, if they're shit for me, they'll be shit for them as well. So, with all due respect to Corsair, I like their brand. I still like the headset, but it's just the latency. It's really bad. And the light speed, I believe it's 1 millisecond. So I'm replacing my two headsets. I'll get the new headset ASAP, 9 milliseconds from Logitech to replace these two I have. And in the future, I want to get the Lightspeed headset from Logitech as well, 1 millisecond. And let's see if I'll feel any difference in the game. Let's see. But yeah, 30 milliseconds is totally unacceptable. So maybe I have time to do this. Yeah, it doesn't take long. So here, okay. What's the latency of Logitech G935 wireless headset? So here it is. I checked the site. It's really this 9 milliseconds. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Now this is the headset I have, HS70. It's here. I open another screen for it because I didn't believe it. And the other one I have is comparable to that. Okay. Let me show you here. Almost 30 milliseconds. HS70 is my headset. Almost 30 milliseconds. Actually, mine is the HS70 Pro, but they advertise both headsets with the same slogan: HS70 low latency, HS70 Pro low latency. So nothing special regarding this. So 30 milliseconds. This is unacceptable. So yeah, some people mocked me for using wireless, and they are partially correct. They are partially correct because on the mouse, I still believe that 1 millisecond is acceptable, probably acceptable even for pro players. That's why many pro players use this mouse and use wireless mice. But 30 milliseconds, no, that's not even uh, for just for competitive gaming without being a pro. Maybe my case, I'm trying to play competitively, seeing if I can play competitively, but 30 milliseconds to play competitively, it's unacceptable, I think, in my honest opinion. It's unacceptable. So I'll get this headset, the G935. It's no, okay, this is the one I have. G935. This is the headset. It's good looking and it's Logitech, so it shouldn't be bad. And this is it. Pro X wireless. It uses the light speed. Let me show you. Pro series. Well, what is the light speed? I think it says light speed somewhere. Oh, I thought it said light speed somewhere. Ah, okay. I'm not in the. Yeah, light speed headset. Yeah, now you can see here. Light speed headset. You can see here. Maybe you can see, yeah. It's light speed. You see pros advertising, so it shouldn't be really bad. Of course, this sounds like a fallacy. Ad authoritam, as I learned in my high school with my professor of philosophy. But, well, I think. Here. Technology, light speed, wireless. So this should be lower than 9 milliseconds. They don't say 1 millisecond, maybe it's a bit higher, I don't know, but maybe the audio is more data than the mouse and keyboard data, but it should be lower than 9 milliseconds, the other one. So in the future, I want to get this one in the future. But this was unplanned. I didn't think I would need a brand new headset right now, so I wasn't prepared to have a headset like this. So yeah, some people mocked me for using wireless, but yeah, on the headset maybe I can say yeah, they are correct in mocking me. Not mocking me, just making fun. Yeah, mock is really bad. You don't need people to mock me just because I use wireless. But yeah, I can say they have some ground. But on the mouse and keyboard, I still think 1 millisecond is pretty decent and better than many wired counterparts. Surprisingly, yeah. So wireless mouse, it's lighter and better to move. And there is one more cable in your desk because there are so many cables. So the less cables I have, the better. But okay, I'll give you that. You don't have the cable for using the mouse all the time, but you have the cable when you go to bed and you have to recharge the keyboard and the mouse. Yeah, nothing's perfect, but and the headset, wow, I'm really surprised. 30 milliseconds. My God, my God. 30 milliseconds. I still didn't grasp all the implications of playing a game at 15 ping against my enemy and using a headset that has 30 milliseconds of latency. I still didn't grasp. I can just say that I felt sometimes I would move and my footsteps would seem delayed. I thought this is weird. No, it can't be that. They wouldn't make this gamer headset with bad latency. They did. They did. So, wow. I would just say to you, be careful for the time being if you want to get a wireless thing. But oh, oh, what the? What the fuck? Is the stream cancelled? Yeah, they are offline. Oh my god. My god. So they went offline. So, wow. For the time being, all I can say is if you're watching this stream, of course, be careful when you get a wireless headset. The mouse and keyboard from Logitech, they have light speed and they are not very pricey for what they are, and well, I think they are good because not just me uses it, but use it, yeah, but pros use it as well. But the headset, be more careful, be more picky with the headset, and check the latency. If you play competitively, if you play competitive games, I would say like PUBG competitive games. So, yeah. I need brand new headsets. These two maybe they are good for the garbage. They are not good for PUBG. They are not good for PUBG. That's my feeling. And maybe I'll have more to say when I get the new headset. I'll buy this week. So maybe by the end of this week or the beginning of next week, I will have the new headset that is 9 milliseconds from Logitech. That's much more acceptable. So I'll have this new headset from Logitech and I can give more feedback if I have any more feedback to share. I can give more feedback if I notice any difference in the game. like my KDR doubles. I would hope this would happen, but I don't think it will happen just because of the sound. But maybe I'll notice some difference. So okay. My God, they ended the stream. So yeah, I'll. Why am I farting, fart lord? It's not me saying, it's the Google. Do you think 30 milliseconds is good? Really? Man, I just Googled the shit. I'm not making this up from my mind. Like, I hear the footsteps. I press the button and I hear the footsteps after 50 milliseconds. So 50 milliseconds. No, come on, man. I'm not doing that. So Google is farting. So that's your message now. Google is just farting non-stop. I don't know what you mean. I don't really care. You sound like a child many times. I'll take a break and I might be back later to see if the stream will be back. I think the stream got fucked up. That's bad. That's bad. Would they stop playing and finish the games another day, or would they just play and we'll know the results? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I'll be actually, yeah, I'll be back because I was going to end the stream, but I'll be back. I'll just leave it as is because I'm not sure if the stream will stop now or if uh, okay, I think it's just a break. They didn't say on the chat they are ending the stream, so it might be just a break. They just put offline so people don't expect it to come back up soon. So okay, I'll take a break and I'll be back. But if the game resumes, you can watch it. I won't be here, maybe. I might take 15-20 minutes to be back, but if the championship resumes, you'll be able to watch it. So, okay. So maybe the people that mocked me for using wireless, so I had wireless keyboard and wireless mouse. I have 2 points because the wireless keyboard and mouse, I hope it's good to go for pro playing, competitive playing. But the wireless headset is really bad, so I got 1 point against. So maybe I still win. I have two against one, so against my mockers. So they get the headset, I give them that. Yeah, the headset's really bad, but I get the mouse and keyboard. So 2 points against 1 point. Both the keyboard and mouse, they each have 1 millisecond latency. At least that's what they advertise, but it's probably true because many pros use these products. So okay, enough chatting and I'll be back.
this is a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, the guys benefiting from this, Alias can be found. It's going to be Digital Analytics and Ding sitting 4 guys alive, and also Virtus Pro. How many of these guys? The Virtus Pro's also 4 guys alive, and they're just holding the western side, the eastern side, and the southern side of the circle. Meanwhile, we'll see if Blaze and Navi they're able to finish this off. Stun grenades ablaze.
This is potentially 8 out of 10 games, Martin, that DA and VP have been in the top 4.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's
just insane.
It's incredible. The consistency is something out of this world, and it's even weird that round 9 and round 4, where they didn't make it simultaneously, both the teams together again match each other up and don't make it into the top 4. It's really bizarre. They are mirror image to one another. They are magnetized currently, these two teams.
Oh, whoa. It's going to be found. Bambaki finds Quizzy, example. 56 HP. Finds headshot, though, but goes down to the blue zone eventually. Bambaki gets the kill and blazes 2 guys alive. Let's see if Besto has some information. There is some to be gathered. He knows that they're down there. There's so many shots. And I see them so close together that I'm getting, flashbacks to a Captain Nade 2019 Face It Global Summit. That'll be amazing to see if a little bit of a nade action coming in. But they're aware, they're turning around, seeing uphill, trying to see if they can kind of counter that, because they know that Ding's on the southern side. They heard that. The riches. But this is a really interesting here. We have a 3-way with 3 teams and 12 players alive. And it's 3 of our top 4 teams right now.
Yeah, it's super interesting. Like, how does this one fall? Do Ding get another win on the board and jump into second place just like that? Does VP pretty much all but win this weekend off the back of this win? Or does DA start chasing them again? Another team, like, we're going to get an interesting scenario. We have another team that jumps straight into second, or we have a team that wins this weekend. It's as simple as that, really.
For DA, if they win, Rich, here, if DA gets a second place, kind of locks down the second place with 2 wins, and if they take this win for this one, it's very likely, because VP is going to be a kind of a sandwich where right now, especially with this circle here, Ding has to move in, and they have to advance into a spot where VP is not in a kind of advantageous position from it.
They're kind of landlocked out. They're limited on their options. They have to wait here and see what Ding decides to do, because if Ding wants to tackle them, and it all depends how much utility they had to commit earlier on, really. They did have a big fight against Liquid, and Liquid expended a lot of their stuff as well. Utility-wise, if they don't have all these nades, if they don't have all this smoke to work their way down the hill, that's a very barren landscape, and one that VP will most certainly take advantage of and shoot them as they're silhouetting down the hillside. But they're still blocked in. This is why VAR, this is why Xiong, they've all pushed up a little bit closer to VP to limit that mobility even further. Senya in the vehicle is making a bit of a play here. Jempty will get back with it. Oh, that is a pop. That is an absolute pop in the head. He is gone. That angle must be insane. Like, to hit him out of the car from there and then follow up. And that makes things a little bit easier. But it also tells us a bit of a story, Martin. We said that while they're limited on mobility and places to go, that they still have somewhat of a sight line onto DA.
They're going for the western swing. It looks like smokes are being deployed. This could very much be a push on to DA's position. But if DA wins this, they will be so far ahead in kills that it will kind of counter the possibility of Question Mark and Navi winning and taking home second place. So that's also a massive factor. VP, if VP doesn't win, they want DA to win, because DA did not have enough prize money from last week to kind of counter them and lock it down. I'm not sure if they're thinking this far, but it's definitely a possibility, and that's something we can think about a little, because that would lock down second place.
It goes for both of these teams, doesn't it? I mean, both Ding and, like you say, Ding and DA. They're from last week's placements. The bigger enemies that are currently chasing them, someone like Question Mark, someone like Navi, they're not in here. This makes it a little bit easier. Yeah. See, this is one of the good things I like about PUBG. It's one of the major things I enjoy about PUBG. We can theorize all these different possibilities, all these knock-on effects from previous weeks leading into this, previous matches, how the systems work, how the points will fold. I've always enjoyed the chase towards the end, and with only 3 matches left, VP has this huge red cross on their back, but they're still... There.
Did you see?
I did not.
3, 4, and 3 nades. Smokes abundance. Like, they have so much utility for this. If they get close enough to DA, they will just nade them back to the 5th century or 4th century, I would assume. Before you started building, before you started building with concrete, that's for sure. That was so much utility. Ding a little bit, kind of battered up with some of the durability, some smokes, some utility available. 12 kills for them, very impressive. And they want them to go that way, singing to themselves. They have a really good spot here. They can move so late that with a few smokes they can completely destroy the sidelines and the line of sights that DA has. Okay, committing to a car, 2 double car play at the same time. Okay, Lou coming in, he's taking the rock. Okay, spreading out a little bit like that. This is just the small repositioning, and that it matters so much how they play this next one here. They are all in, but they're gonna have backs to the wall with this one. It's gonna be a utility heavy game towards the later stages. Nades are coming out.
The thing is, though, you need to make those count. You can't just throw them hap-handedly.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that you have some sort of direction and some sort of info before doing so. VP will be the closest to the circle's edge as it does begin to push in. DA can hold their ground for all but a little bit longer. Ding's looking to see the first target that comes into vision. As soon as that happens, bang, they will fold into it. All the smokes in the world are now being committed to the middle because there's only one place to go. The bridges are built. Oh, that's forward. That's good. That's really, really good, and it's done a fair amount of damage as well. Doesn't knock anybody. You don't get the feedback either of how much damage you've done, so they won't know. It's just a full Hail Mary at this point. Bad. Spots one trying to make a mad dash out in the open. It's denied instantly. And now both DA and Ding are down 1 while VP is still standing 4 strong, but they're beginning to draw a lot of attention. They're beginning to make a lot of noise. They are the final boss in all. Oh, Senya's just unfortunately got bopped a little bit further as he got out the car. Got out a bit too early, and now he's been damaged up for it. Jong with a banger of a nade as well. Senya will go down, and Ding has slowly but surely been removed from play. This is an advantageous maneuver that they can now make. Pixel down. Big net. Massive nade! It's a mortar strike. Good lord. They're all down. VP can turn its attention. It's a 4th win on the board. And that is pretty much game, set, and match. My word, Martin. This team is absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, that's just disgusting. You know, you're standing there with a powder cake in your hand, just getting ready to throw it at someone else, and someone else had already thrown a bigger powder cake, and it's exploding under you. Yeah, unfortunate situation for DA, but we were calling it, you know, this is a utility game, and Batson is talking a bit about it. They had 3, 4, and 3 nades, I believe it was, with more than 15 smokes available to them for late game. 4 guys alive. There's literally nothing else to do, and just wait to see this unfold here. Super well played by Virtus Pro. There's no denying that they are right now the strongest force in EMEA and our region that we're covering right now. Really well played by them. And you know, it was just down to that 1 or 2 nades when they were holding early on, but they just knew, okay, if we can hold this position with a few cars and keep them a bit for late game, we're going to be setting ourselves up, because all the other teams coming in, they're going to be have fought already. They're going to have less utility than us, and if we can take it to late game with the most utility, we're going to be in a super advantageous position. And you can just see, once the circle gets that small, it's no more guessing. It's literally knowing, okay, there's 3 smokes over there. If we throw 3 nades into those smokes, it will do so much damage that we're going to take out a team.
The IGL to kind of bring that together has to be phenomenal. Everyone has to be reading from the same page. Everyone has to be on point and not guessworking. When you're saying throw it to this position and work together as a team, you have to be ready to receive that call but act upon it and not do your own thing. Like, this team's teamwork and comms must be incredible. Like, I'd love to hear, I need a translator obviously, but I'd love to hear like what's said in those moments, how calm the team is. I can't imagine this is an erratic team who just shouts random words and spurts them into oblivion. I don't know how best to put it. It must be just so on point and so precise to do what they're doing, because they know where everything is. They know what's going on. Look, I'm not a mathematician. I don't know how all these equations work out now in the competition. What I do know is there's not enough games to be able to catch them. That's 4 on the board and it's job done for VP. We'll take a short break. We'll get back with James and we'll break down all the probabilities of what could happen over our next 2 matches in just a second. That you have to assume with the way he's looking up top there, so now okay, that's disgusting.
Example is 100 HP still off that first pickup. He's found a new perfect angle. He has given them an absolute lesson right now in how to deal with 3 players pushing you. And this is going to be now, a huge problem for Exhalation. Both sending their backup players in, but look at Example. He's still doing so much work. Unreal, unbelievable play.
Away, and all 5 of them, and then you have to jump off and fight each other. Oh, we may have seen that.
This, by the way, Vegas, what an absolute animal. Vegas. Yeah, that was incredibly clean. He did save Dodge there for the time being, so very.
โอ้โหแล้วเดินมาแล้ว3
เขาอยู่นอกซ้ายมือยิงได้ก่อนโอ้โหโดนหน้าเดินเป็นแบบเรียบร้อยไม่กลัวอะไรเลยฟิลลี่เหลือคนเดียวครับดูหน้าเดินแบบเฮ้ยคุณมีตัวตนหรือเปล่าเนี่ยเฮ้ยแปดสวยทำไม่ดีโอ้โห
还要堵桥，铁堵的。我告诉你，他毕竟是在圈边。罗凯啊，这波要扫车了，扫了个头车，哎，这个要选。飞天下死了！但是是 Forever 把人给放倒的。是的，这波螺旋飞天直接给打电话这杰夫洛卡吃了。
Altıncı gününe ulaşıyor. Yuva ayağa kalktı ve Türk buraya sürpriz. Hayır. Kaçırdı spreyi. Bomba atacak şimdi. İyi pişirdi bombasını. Etkili de gönderdi. Kendisine doğru gelen flashlar var. Nitra perfectisi vurdu. Yuva Batölesi indirdi. Bir bomba. Bir bomba daha geliyor. Molotov geldi. Virtus Pro da gidiyor. Dijital atleti.
아, 위험한데요, 이거. 우선까지 바꿔주면서. 아, 그래도 위험해요.
Okay, so I'm glad. I think we are back. We'll have more ESL Masters. Okay, so it seems I lost a little bit of the match, but it's okay. I hope you don't mind, but I'll have some snacks while I watch the ESL Masters.
Driving up the hill at a snail's pace. What is going on? Nordra finally drops. Oh man, that was messy from Colony.
Finally coming in from Latin Dominus, they've managed to wrap entirely around Dignitas' compound, and with the smoke out, got the coverage, but Boonage is going to get one, finds Fisher, tries to connect onto Danet, actually is going to find a second knock here as he focuses on getting the reload, waiting for the push coming in from Elite. Sees the head peek, gets a couple shots out, Honey Badger sparking, left the compound, they find the angle on here, Elite's got nowhere left to go, and is going to fall. Latin
Well, we are all but assured the VP win now. What a performance by them. Amazing stuff. In fact, all but we are assured the VP win. Never mind. What is also assured, though, currently is that, unfortunately, we did have a slight technical issue, which created a bit of a more prolonged break on the stream. So we do apologize for that, guys. There isn't much that we can do about it now in the future. We can't go back in the time machine. Anyway, no, I won't get into all of that. But Martin Sims joining me here. We see VP looking unstoppable, Martin.
And I just had to unmute myself. I just saw that. So that was all right. Oh, we gotta do that. No, obviously them. It's very likely they're gonna. Or it's basically done. They're gonna win this week. But the question is then, how does it unfold with the whole tournament, and who wins the most prize money to take down the whole tournament? And that's the big thing, right, for me, because winning second place right now for either Na'Vi or Question Mark would close it out. While we watch look at the highlights here, obviously the dominance for them is undeniable, but still they could forfeit, or not, I wouldn't say forfeit. They could lose the whole tournament by either Na'Vi or Question Mark winning one game and nobody else getting second. So that's a big one for them. But you know, it's insane that they are able to put up this consistency here. It's just also with DA alongside, of course, even though that DA is not putting in the wins, but it's still crazy to see.
That brings up a very interesting theoretical situation, because similar to Rich, when we've seen kind of tournaments come to their conclusion, we know somebody's so far ahead, maybe they can hot drop on certain teams and whatnot and things like that. But for me, I really feel like there is no reason to not go after Question Mark at this point, because it doesn't matter how many extra kills or how many extra wins VP gets from this point on. Their only objective, surely, at this point is to stop Question Mark.
Yeah, there's two sides to that. First of all, it's whether or not VP are those kind of players that would do something like that. That's the most important thing. They're not generally someone who strays from the path of the task in front of them. I mean, they might just say, you know what, stuff it. We want to go for 5 wins. We want to go for 6 wins and just show this entire bloody lobby up.
They could.
If that's the case, then fair. God, it's ridiculous how good they are. And just show the rest of the lobby up. The other side to it is, yes, absolutely. It was going to be something that I was hoping we'd bring up on this desk now. They have free reign of this complete map. These next 2 maps, they have complete free reign. They have got the #1 spot. There's nothing else to be said and done about it. They can dictate how the rest of this lobby, should they want to, ends. And if they want to go after Question Mark, if they want to go after someone who's knocking on the door of potentially beating them, which is Question Mark from last week, they absolutely can do. And personally, I think they should. I'd be all for it. You have a chance to not only, you've confirmed this week, you can now confirm the whole competition. There's PGC points on the line. Why would you not?
Yeah, they're the only threat to their throne right now here, the ESL PUBG Masters Summer. The only threat. As you can see, Question Mark, they're currently in 5th. But if they do get a chicken dinner under their belt and other teams do not, Question Mark taking 2nd would mean that they can become the champion here of the overall tournament. Crazy scenes, Avenger, considering the dynamics that are actually at play here. It's not something we're entirely used to regarding this, but very, very interesting.
It's obviously a big one, but I'm just thinking that with the consistency that Virtus Pro has right now, like the biggest way to counter all the other teams is just to continue how they've been playing so far. Like, even though I would love to see a hot drop, I just feel like denying the other teams would be better for them to, just continue what they. I mean, don't fix it if it ain't broken, right? And that's the case right now. 4 wins in 10 games is unprecedented. Especially of how well the other teams are still playing. They're just dominating them right now. But yeah, I would love to see, the considerations and the third party kind of coming into this, because they're obviously aware, they're thinking about it. Na'Vi, Question Mark, because of their last week's performance, Question Mark winning, Na'Vi 2nd. If they take 2nd here in this week, they will take the whole thing. It wouldn't matter too much, obviously. Prize pool and everything, they would still have enough PTC points to basically guarantee them. But as you see here from last week's prize pool distribution, Na'Vi, Question Mark, 2nd place is 4,500, right?
Yeah.
So Na'Vi would be putting themselves onto 8,000, and Virtus Pro, if they win this week, they would have 7,500. 7,000 750. Question mark, they would be super far ahead. It would be like 8,500. No, it's 9,500. So that they would win the whole thing by that. So Virtus.pro right now needs to focus on third-partying Na'Vi and Question mark to close out the opportunity of them getting one win that would have be them the only team that have 2 wins. But still, there's other teams also, you know, wanting to get into this. We have Liquid, FaZe Clan without a win, but they have so many kills that they would take a 3rd place. And 3rd place is 145 BTC points. That's a lot of points. That would propel them into top 3, top 4 in the overall BTC point standings. So it's massive for them.
Martin, I've got so many numbers spinning around in my head right now.
The equations, the algorithms, the everything.
I'm like, oh, the algorithms of a Rubik's Cube. Yeah. Panic. No. Yeah, we've got ourselves 2 more games to go, and the end story is there's a lot of PGC points on the line. Virtus.pro is amazing. Question mark could threaten, etc., etc. So,
right. That's what That's the 3 points you could maintain in your mind. That's
my minute brain.
Okay, roger that.
But yeah, so 2 more Iron Girls to come here. I think something back when you're looking at that game and how kind of that ended, Rich, is just, again, the precision of utility. Like, the fact that Digital Athletics, yes, they were kind of in a position where they didn't really have much room to work with, but VP is constantly just doop, doop, doop, just perfect, absolutely perfect.
Putting themselves in the right position for success, right? You know, look at how long they were there for. Look at how long they know what's available to them in front of them. Me and Martin were saying, like, they're boxed in and such, but they also know when they're going into that what the drawbacks and advantages are. Now, it's a drawback that you are boxed in, yes, and until the very late game they had to stay their feet, but they also couldn't be shot by anybody. It meant that you're going to have to look towards Ding to overextend and come out into, you know, away from their comfort zone and their safety net in order to be able to throw stuff at them. I suppose Liquid were kind of the backup protection, if you will. They took on the team Ding previously before they came down the hill. Both teams had to expend a lot of utility. Both teams give up a fair amount of damage. Ding also another team from Question mark, which is interesting, really, going up early against Liquid. Like, the knock-on effect of these other teams that could have challenged them falling victim just before we get to these final games, it's kind of crazy when you look at it in the whole, what's led us to this point. There is no question, out of everything that happens, like, VP is the best currently within the EMEA region. Like, they're on another level. Yeah. Everyone else is trying to step up to the plate, but we have so many good teams currently within our region that are all battling for it. It's why we do see the likes of FaZe Clan, why we do see the likes of Liquid not being able to run rampant and run away with things. Even we know how good they are, you know. Everyone else on the battlefield is playing at 1,000 miles per hour, just like what VP is.
Yeah, I mean, if you take away Virtus.pro from this lobby for this grand finals, DA has like 4 wins. If you really think about what they've been able to put up so far, we've seen a lot of second places from them. We saw the first place come in at the beginning of it. So even just removing one of these, you know, Goliath's Avenger could quite easily change things dramatically in favor of another team.
Yeah, DA, is it 5 second places in 10 games?
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah, that's just
ridiculous, isn't it?
4 or 5 second places, and yeah, it's super unfortunate. But still, it's something that they can work on. And then, as I said in the beginning of the day here, the potential that they have is massive because they're a newer team together. They are. Their synergy is obviously working quite well, but they're amazing mechanically skilled players. And once they get, you know, all the wheels, all the cogwheels, and all the gears working together and oiled up, it's going to be really greasy, obviously, but it's going to be really good. They can potentially contest for being one of the top teams in Europe.
Does it feel weird to you, Rich, to see Vard on another team? Like, of course, you know, we had him bouncing between Welcome South George and TSM and all that relationship. But for me, seeing Vard on under another banner feels kind of weird.
Yeah, I agree to some extent, but the weirder
it's weird
thing
without
for me,
Miracle.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, we've still got the whole NIP love from back in the day, but I don't know why, and I know I understand the reasons as to why. I still find it difficult not seeing DA for the team that they used to be, not seeing the
Yeah,
wild, the full-blown, you know, Turkish DA full send, because that roster just really came alive towards the end of its life, especially for PGC, like they did miraculously well. So it's a little bit disappointing to not see that team be under the same banner, and we have the memes and we have the fan base and stuff like that. But yeah, I tell you what's more important and what a bigger factor of that is how we're seeing the brother-in-arms, Samti Jemti, Seong, coming back into play, playing with Vard. Like, that roster as a whole, to see it hasn't been a flash in the pan, this competition. It's stuck there with VP at the top. And for a team that's not really had, you know, the months and months and years of experience together, like some of the other rosters that are playing now, it's performing just immeasurably.
Yeah, I think this, even just the games across this tournament have been a huge growing experience for that roster, just kind of together. At the beginning, it felt a little bit rocky, a little bit bumpy, and then they had that string of second places, and then all of a sudden, bang, something really clicks from that point on. They get themselves some chicken dinners on the board, and then, admittedly, a lot of other second places. But when you when you're getting all those kinds of results, Martin, you know that this team is extremely formidable.
Yeah, it's working in the right direction, and obviously, as you said, if they didn't have Virtus Pro to kind of counter them, it would have been a completely different story, of course. But yeah, they're doing well, and I hope to see them continue to this trajectory here for sure.
Oh, game time! I'm running over here. Right, okay. Thank you very much for your patience, guys. And again, we do apologize for a little bit more prolonged break before all of this. But it's time. The penultimate game on the way. Erangel, the Grassy Pastures. Let's go.
An ultimate game, Grassy Pastures. He had to get in, didn't he? He had to set it up. I thought, you know what, I'll use his lines. But no, he comes in and steals them at the last minute. But it's totally fine because it is exactly that. We have 2 more matches left. And now everybody else, generally speaking, is playing for second place this weekend. For question mark, they are playing for first place overall. How do they fare? They're the team that we need to keep an eye on. They're the team that has a dirty, great big cross painted on their back when we look towards the side of Virtus Pro. Do VP go after them? The hot drop does not come to vision this time round. Question mark will be able to play it out, be comfortable, be safe. They'll be down on Sosnovka. And to be honest, Martin, with a flight path like this, that looks like a bloody good place to be.
Yeah, it could very likely be a military game for sure. Let's see how it swings. But as I said before, if you're a VP here, I want to see them play out how they've been doing so far. They've been formidable, reaching end games, reaching the amount of wins that they had. It's just, they are unparalleled right now. They are definitely able to put the wins on the board, and they figured it out. Like, there's just something that, you know, with terrain knowledge, with game knowledge, with the knowledge of how the rest of the teams are playing as well, it's just, yeah, it's insane. And it's great to see a bit of a Western circle here. Really good one for the plane we had, and the majority of the teams are going to be able to get into it quite nicely. I would love to see myself some you know, a little bit of a chopsticks endings or something like that. Those are always fun. But question mark, the last week's winners, not sure if they're probably contested for the most wins on Rankle now, because I think that they're going to be having 2 along with Virtus Pro now, but we will follow that, of course. So if they're able to close, that would be massive for them, you know, both closing out, getting second place. If they get that, they would win the whole thing. They will also get the most wins on Rankle closed out as well, so that would be amazing for them. But they got a rough one ahead of them. So much pressure on the line for them and for Na'Vi. Don't forget those guys as well. A second place will also put them in the overall win ahead of our good friends from Virtus Pro.
Just taking a look and seeing if there's any kind of early challenges or any kind of early changes, but it's not quite on the Western Front. Business as usual. Again, while we may have seen, you know, I need to double down on this and just kind of drive it home. We've seen VP win this weekend, totally fine, but they haven't won the competition as a whole just yet. There is still a money deficiency in terms of question mark winning last week's stuff, so there is still that possibility they walk away with this one, but it all rests on a knife edge, and it all rests on these 2 games. It could be the deciding factor of whether or not they can make it. If someone like DA, their consistency comes in, and they take second placement, they remove that and pretty much confirm VP as the winners of this event. And to be fair, with their current track record, man, and the amount of money, the amount of points, the amount of credibility they have racked up throughout the Continental Series, it's actually ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's insane. They're en route to become billionaires in rubles. It's quite impressive to see, and also the continued consistency that they're able to put, no matter how well they're able to live and how many bathrobes that you're able to acquire. Mutiny will be spotting out Navi, and they're not going to go for any of that, even though it's one of the prio compounds. They're going to go for another one. This compound's also super high prio if the next server goes south, but it's decent to hold for now. Can obtain a lot of info from it, Orkless, with a 2-2 split, or 1-2 split, if I may. Playing as 3 because of the replacing of a team member. Here we see Dilslegs again from the compound that they were able to play earlier. Could also be a decent one to start holding on to. If the next server goes north, it's going to be fantastic for them. I'm hoping to see a little bit more west, maybe some KovaaK action. That'll be great to see. They are 3 men sending it.
Ah, tá. Depois você almoça, me fala aí como é que foi lá com
also flipping the car. Guys, I'm out of gas.
It's kind of crazy how when you're looking at Team Liquid, like even for these next 2 games, there's still a possibility that they will take second, regardless of what you're looking at, how they're standing currently in 9th position. The amount of frags that they've got to boot, they'd certainly pick a lot up along the way of getting 2 wins back to back. That's a lot easier said than done. Teams have proven that it can be done now. That's the bigger thing of all this. Teams have proven that it can be done. I still feel that Team Liquid's biggest issue is always having that 4-man stack towards the later stages of the game. It's kind of weird when you look at the positions that they have on the map. They have both central points, so it's not going to necessarily be a speed thing. You know, they're never going to be the team that's always late to the party. They're never going to be the team that's always last one rotating and looking for space, trying to create space. They have the capabilities of the individual prowess. They have the capabilities, in my opinion, to win this whole damn thing. It's just something just doesn't seem to be going right, which can be said for this car as well. Oh, they've done it. Never mind. Teamwork makes the dream work. There we go. He's back and alive and kicking, and he's with us again. We're on way. So we shall see. Liquid tall tale to get second place. Most kills in 1 match, still sitting comfortably with Supermassive Blaze, and that came off of the win from earlier on today. Miramar 16 frag matchup and a win to boot. It also sits them comfortably. That 1 win alone, Martin, it's given them 3rd place today.
Yeah, and with 11 kills, buffer down to Ding. That's a big one for them.
O headset, né? Você viu, né?
Great to see that game paid off.
Mas na verdade, assim, essa latência, ela não é ruim para jogo. Eu digo assim, para jogar jogo de uma pessoa, para jogar jogo assim de casual, tipo o jogo da Sony que eu jogava no PlayStation, 30 milissegundos tá bom. Agora, tipo Bluetooth, acho que é 300 milissegundos.
But this next circle here, it's just
quer dizer,
it's going to be a massive factor. We're going to be seeing a lot of rotations. I'm hoping for an interesting shift, you know, a big one in an area we haven't seen just too often. But you can definitely tell who is
Mas isso era o Bluetooth 4, né? O do PlayStation não sei se é o 3 ou 2, mas acho que agora o Bluetooth 5 eu não sei como é que tá, se melhorou ou não, mas antigamente era assim, o Bluetooth não era bom pra jogo não. Era bom pra ouvir música, talvez pra fazer ligação telefônica, e olha lá.
I'd see, alright.
Agora esse
Stuff you. I'm coming to say hello. Out of the car and away we go over the hill. Be able to take a quick peek. If he's fast, he might just catch them. Nope, foot on the gas already. Bye-bye. You can have it phase, no issues whatsoever. Liquid, opt to disengage. It's an interesting one, that. I suppose it goes down to the fact that they are in a 2-1-1 split. And it's a very, very big split. Mexi and Klib are completely disconnected from this team individually. A little bit further afield, actually.
30 milissegundos é
More
inaceitável.
towards the
Aí eu preciso de
west
dois
of
headsets.
Pachinki,
Os
which
dois que eu
SMB,
tenho
by the
aqui,
way,
você
has
já viu
taken
que não
residency
prestam,
in.
né?
VP's backbuilding a little bit, not too far from the drop location of school. They've just
Então,
worked their way down
aí o
from
que eu ia
Poland's.
fazer? Se eu for
Pachinki,
comprar o de
the
1500,
garages
eu vou ter que esperar o mês todo
are now
até
gonna be
poder
just
comprar o de
sitting and chilling to
1500.
see what happens.
Só que eu preciso
Ence
de um
is
novo
looking
headset, eu
around
acho que
Potato Hill.
com
Have a look, see
pressa,
if they
né?
can grab that drop. No one's really going to be challenging, to be
Então eu
fair.
preciso de um novo
Have a
headset
bit
com
of a
pressa. Então o
standoff,
que,
to
que
be fair,
eu
all the way
pretendo
down
fazer?
south.
Eu compro esse novo
Mutiny
da Logitech, que não é tão
and
ruim,
Plan
é
B.
9 milissegundos,
Layosh, I don't know if Plan B
já
realizes actually
é bem
completely behind on the
razoável.
other side of the road.
E aí depois,
He
em
is still
outubro, eu
down
compro
Ferry P
esse de
getting geared up.
1500. E aí o headset está
PUBG at
resolvido.
the moment, red line. Top of the hill, top of the mountain. You've got two teams here. Ivers will be holding an off angle down by the
Aí eu vou fazer
garages.
isso.
Just to the south of
E
the
aí
hill
por
or the north
último o
of the
teclado.
map.
Ah não, além tem o teclado e tem o monitor, né?
KovaaK is actually in
Eu preciso de um terceiro monitor para colocar aqui no quarto.
Both of those teams have a player that is holding an
Mas o
ulterior
monitor
angle that
espera,
can
eu
maybe
ia comprar o teclado antes.
feed some information back. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
It's my bad.
Não dá pra
No.
comprar na terça, não?
No.
Não, não.
Stop it.
Tá bom.
You liked it. That
No,
was
I
a good
didn't.
one.
No, it wasn't.
Made you giggle.
It's Chris.
Not again.
No. No.
Oh, fake chicks! Oh, what a little dirty lurk. Spyro was gonna find Tigger as well. They were not prepared for that. And ends lose two straight off that. That's just so unfortunate.
They were so quiet, Martin. They
They
were
were.
so
Oh,
quiet.
look at
They
this
allowed
shift.
Ends just to fall into the trap. Two players walk in.
They
The
just
second
ain't
they do, bang, they're gone. Shift. We go to the northwest. Okay, this is interesting because
Você
EIQ's
consegue
position becomes
imprimir
that
aí na
much
sua
more
casa ou você
important.
tem que ir lá na
Top of the
papelaria?
mountainside. They will control the peak for now, and everyone else has to play off the back of this. The question is, does it keep homing in on that peak? We have seen many a circle end in and around the main mountainside. But all the priority
Eu vou
spots,
comprar
all
esse
the
também porque não
approaches are
faria
now
9
covered
milissegundos, o
by
que é
armed guard.
razoável.
You've got
Bem
EIQ
melhor
there,
do
we've
que o que eu
got
tenho
red line
atualmente.
there.
Mas também porque, pô,
SMB
ele tá
and
quase
Team
na
Liquid,
metade do
parallel
preço.
transition. Red line, one player
Ele é
Naylor watching the
1400
backside of
no
it.
site da
VP will be
Logitech.
going towards the, actually the top side of it, the northeast. They'll be making an entry point and punching their way through. Everyone is just fully sending this. I'd anticipate we lose a few players through this transition.
Yeah, and meanwhile we look at the map and we say they do move in herds. All the rotations has to come out. Liquid are committing, Blaze committing as well. Naylor going out here. Okay, actually completely destroyed by Bambaki. Super well played. Navi committing a little bit, pulling up actually below them. Will potentially be upping for a third party.
Mãe. Então tá, eu acho que tá
Will's coming
resolvido
out,
então.
jumping down in the bottom here. Get some more
Ah,
loot.
deixa eu te falar. Você fez a sopa de lentilha?
Doesn't need too much more.
Então, eu tava vendo aqui que você falou que
Actually deciding to go for the 2-2 split with some info coming out. Playing a bit more passive, and I actually like that because
É,
as I
o
said
pacote
before, as we've
recomenda
been
botar
alluding to,
4 pra cada,
a
eu
win for
botei
them
5.
right now
Aí
would
daria
put them in
8
second
em vez de
place, and they
10.
would take the whole tournament, so they need to stay 4 guys strong, keep their utility.
Você diminui a água também.
Tá bom,
Coloca 8.
tá bom, tá bom.
Try to vie for a win for this one. Alright, Liquid decide to go in for the warehouses just in South George. There are actually not too many others playing George as of now. Next circle can't go anywhere, so it could play. It could pay off. And taking another car as well.
E amanhã
To see if they can get anything done by that.
chegar aí umas 9 horas, 9:30.
Tá bom.
It's all quieting down for a moment. 60 players still in play, 12:30 on the clock. Where is going to be a turning point? Actually, potentially here you can hear that vehicle's seen better days, dragging itself along over by the aerial mass, top of the hill in the fields. It's not really a bad place to go, to be fair, especially if it comes down towards the south. I'll be laughing off that. Liquid have gone for the hospital. Got the hangars just behind it, taking control of that, then put AB just on the hospital side to keep overwatch and see what goes down. FaZe, or certainly... Where's the other? I'm looking at the other. I don't actually see the secondary players from FaZe. I've got 2 players down towards the southeast near Gakko, or certainly top side of Chopsticks.
Coming in east.
Are they going around from now? Okay, so now They're going around Navi. Navi's just outside of ruins. VP's within ruins. Vex has found Melman. These are the other two that I couldn't see. Melman just wrapping around to see what's going on. Circle pops, takes us off the hill, Martin, and Hospital now. It looks good, and Liquid set up in there, prepared, ready, more than capable to be able to hold it down should any oncomers want to try and challenge them for it.
Playing 4 guys in Hospital in this position is going to be great, but Ding is also sitting in the center garage compound, very strong position, can play uphill towards Hospital if it goes that way. It is going to go slightly away from the water, though, so it's not going to go fully north. But it could very much donut and put Hospital and potentially Ding very centered off. More proof that they do move in herds. DA, Blaze, and Face moving together here. Oh, this drive-by could be big from DA. GMT doesn't connect anything just yet. Continues to put out bullets. Has to reload. 3 cars right now driving alongside each other, within meters of each other, actually.
3 teams all on transition phase. Disconnects for all but a moment. SMB, Rip9 is getting tanked up at the back lines. He's not able to make it with the rest of them. It's the IQ to put him to rest. Out he goes, and SMB lose 1, but they get to the bottom of the hillside. It's not a great place to be whatsoever. Very open, very barren. You got a couple of rocks you can play off, but the teams that are downwind of this, they'll see you on a complete clear rock face. You can go down to the bottom and maybe be defended, but a few nades from the IQ, you can kiss your ass bye-bye. It's not the greatest place in the world, but it's what they have to deal with for now. Navi took residency in the hangars that Liquid did once control, but they opt to disengage and move towards the Hospital side. Red line further up. They're actually in West Town, to be fair. Front 6, back 6, getting some loot, getting ready for the next circle, whatever that may be. Phase. Hard transition time. This is going to be a rough one. They've opted to go down towards the south, but they probably don't realize we have 3 teams down here. August, Mutiny. Question Mark is playing things passive. They are all the way on the edge of the circle. And FaZe might inadvertently trip over them if they're going for the more passive play. If they're going for the same kind of style here, these 2 teams could very easily come to blows.
Going for the dip, maybe. Owner, solo player there, they'll pull up on him. He's going to be... Oh, they're actually going away from it. Oh, there you go. Committing. Shots coming in. Gwet Pass going to be taken down. More shots coming in. Thunder was taking 2. AT and Gustav. Phosphate finds Thunder. No, he's the last player. Snooki finds Specs. Owner. Oh my god, what a fantastic wiggle. Find some more. Oh, they're trading just back and forth. 8 HP on Foss. Goes for the nade play. Uni also goes for the nade play. That could be a trade. Pushing aggressively.
3 bullets.
Oh my god. No, and he gets the nade as well. It's a trade. Oh, that's an absolute... I love that seat swap to get on the other side of the car. I wouldn't expect him to be over there, and it just worked out extremely well. And this mutual destruction for Orglis and for FaZe Clan, unfortunately, next circle has popped, centered quite nicely on Ding and Ents. Navi also sitting pretty.
Completely off topic, did you see the clip that Fuzz recently put out yesterday of the seat swapping? Like, if anyone follows him on Twitter, go and see it. It is the greatest thing I have ever seen, and we're seeing that more and more, Martin, to be fair, using the vehicles to kind of bop in and out. Like, it's free hardcover, right? Why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. And you know what? That's another kind of level of mechanical skill and game sense that you just add to the game. You know, it started off with people seat swapping, driving by, and it became meta and became kind of standardized, especially with the buff to it. And now the kind of jiggling in between cars and using cars as a quick means of escape is just something I love to see, especially with how kind of sleight of hand and how quick these guys are in the fingers. All right, more rotations coming in. It's going to be Mutiny trying to get into the circle. Ding sitting pretty. Ends in a good spot. 2 guys alive, 1 win as well. Uzi and Question Mark is taking some fire here from Scar. Scar not moving this. They're putting on pressure onto a team that's going to be in front of them somewhat soon. Ding, though, takes down Mutiny. Ooh, Uzi with the drive-by doesn't connect. Can get the car away. Ooh, shots coming in as well. More trades. Skate getting 1 more down. He's going to be taking down the other side. Sakura, last player now. And KvaaK looks to be losing a few guys as well. Oh, quick peek from Sakura. He's going to have to push that. Heels are going off. He can hear it. Nice push there from Sakura. He's going to be able to save two here, Rich.
One of the teams that were resonating, we were looking to see what they could do. Removed from play. VP gets it a little bit easier. Na'Vi, next team on the chopping block that they need to find and secure. And that fight could be coming sooner than what we anticipated. Xiong and Vard, big old nade, hits them hard. Down they go. Pixel forced to run with very little HP, 15 in the back. And unfortunately, they're going to have to take it uphill. They're going to have to move into a position where they could be secured from distance because of the fight that's just unfolded before us previously. Downwind of all this. Misa and Cove getting themselves back on the feet. Scar next one to fall. Victim, Scar and Skade toe-to-toe. And it's the corner that's held. And they are just being battered on arrival. That's a headshot through the gap. Good lord. Sakura just deals with them. Aggressive gets a nade off before going down. But they have been bodied. EIQ now, the next one to fall over. I don't know what's so special about this little compound, but it's just drawing everyone's attention.
Yeah, it's on the edge as well. Some teams have to get out of that spot. Oh, shots coming in. Didn't connect correct. See 3 guys alive from Entropic. And even though we saw some good tendencies from Entropic from lower bracket, I really need to see them step up here and continue their advance. And this circle here has a lot of open space and not too much playable area for the later stages of the game here, Sims. It's gonna be rough, but look at VP. They're taking space on the eastern side, playing uphill, playing some of the riches that is available just below Everest. Playing extremely aware. And if you've seen the recent tweet from Batulins, they are also extremely aware that KvaaK or Na'Vi can potentially take second place and win the whole thing, even though that they win this week. So they're gonna be hunting them. They're gonna be putting.
I suppose when you put it like that, right? It's the win's probably no longer on the board now. Knowing that KvaaK have gone, we'll hold for a second on that comment just to see. Oh, drive-by. Hello, my bad. Comes in from a different angle altogether. Takes out Gene Zibby. Falls victim also. Clips outside of the walls. He's been damaged, but he isn't down just yet. They're trying to rally the troops, but it's been that much more difficult. The secures will come in, but somehow PLB have managed to make it inside the hospital. They've now looped around Liquid, and they're going to cause them even more problems. Resuscitation is not going to come through. Lucarux is there with an MK. Crate gun. Damage from Archie. Needs to be very, very careful. But Liquid have made so much noise that everyone's encroaching on this position. They want to fully send it in, clear the back lines. Whoever pretty much wins this fight will have the eastern side of the circle. It's not going to be for much. Let's not kind of, throw it up and say it's going to be worth tons of its own salt. It'll give you a moment of respite before the circle moves. VP Na'Vi, that's the next prospect that we need to keep track of. Inside the windows, inside the blue, Liquid gone, 12th position. Ivers secures the final frag, knows where Archie is, just sees him, wanders outside of it, lays down the hammer. Enough damage is done for the secure to come through from the blue side. Kills him. Point goes to no one. While that's a bit going on, Leosh is like, please, leave me alone. I'll come over here. I am just the Lone Ranger waiting in the bush to take 10th position out.
Yeah, unfortunate for Redline, but they had to try to play that. It's just in general, this area is so hard to play open hill. They couldn't do too much. Ding gets another circle. And they can play inside the compound that they had some time. Apocalypse pushing. Mies is going to find Hyrid on the other side, though. Flush as well. They're trying to get rid of Entropic. That nade's a good one. Gonna finish him off. Found him. Boom. And it's Bambaki, and it's gone. Blaze down to 2 players. Skate has 3 guys alive. Can play on the eastern side. Virtus Pro playing extremely aware of the situation. They know that Na'Vi is alive. They know that they cannot win a game. And they will do everything in their power to make sure that doesn't happen. Making a macro move now, Cause. And I'm quite sure that they will make a counterplay to Na'Vi's position as we see it. Potentially with a drive-by. Blue Spyro coming in.
Going for it. Going for it. Setting up shop, all three of them out the car. The first one will fall victim. They're all heavily damaged up. This is just a massacre. They are being torn apart by two different teams, and the push, the hyper-aggressive push, has not gone the way of Virtus Pro. I suppose for them it was just kind of put, you know, they don't lose anything by dying here, Martin. If
they
they've
need
done
to put
enough
some damage,
yeah, they just need to put enough damage into Na'Vi, stall their approach, and let other teams mop them up, which is probably what it's done, to be fair.
Oh, Layers just gonna find one, but it's gonna turn. Still three guys standing, missing Millman. He can ideal a little bit in the background though. Babaki spotted by Sakura. Sakura has had a fantastic game so far here. Skate down to one end, down to two. Na'Vi, 3 guys live. Ding, 4 guys. And they have the compound. They have the advance. If Na'Vi wins this game, this last game could be such an amazing game to see unfold. Example, it's going to be spotted. He's low himself, and the pressure's coming out from Alia. And Chrissy, they need Example for this late game here if they want to win it. 2-man strong is not going to be enough. Virtus Pro has delivered all the utility to them unintendedly. They wanted to put some damage. They wanted to get just one guy down to make sure that they didn't take this win home.
That's the trade-off, right? They've now, unfortunately and inadvertently, given the meds, bullets, bandages, and any utility that they didn't have, or excuse me, that they did have left over. This will now transfer to Na'Vi, and any vehicles as well. They've delivered them vehicles. They were trying to hamper their run in this map. I suppose they have done to some extent. They've slowed them down. They've left them against the hillside, which gives Ents a bit of a time to now focus and fixate. It keeps Ding alive as a 4-man stack, but the question is like, when we go forward on this one, is that, oh my god, what an absolute belting grenade. And you can see from Squeaky, he has no idea, absolutely no idea where Na'Vi is.
Ding sending it in. They know they need to approach. Shots coming in.
Oh, they're all here. Oh, they're all here.
They know they have to third-party this fight right now. Ding drive-bang as well, straight on top. Offhand coming in. Quizzy. Alia finds Priel. Good nade. Confirms. And Squeaky's going to be the lone player. One Molotov still. Quizzy going to use it. Yeah, he is. Throw it right there. Good nade coming in from Squeaky as well. Will force him off the rock. Nice play from Quizzy. And now they need to take on Ding.
This is going to be really difficult, and this is going to be a really, really interesting fight. If they somehow win this, then VP's best laid plans has not gone according to plan. You can see Alia just down below him on the ridgeline, but he needs to be careful to overextend and get the kill. It puts him out in the open. Big old nade. Hits. Sail down in HP. Besto will be called in for the medic. Try and get the players back on their feet. But the circle, the stall, the circle's not been favorable to them, and Na'Vi is wrapping down low. It's Ding who have to come this way. If Na'Vi win this, this just throws this competition completely in the wind and still holds 2 teams having a potential of winning the whole thing altogether. Quizzy with a hard angle. They have no idea. The shots do not connect. He needed to get a knock there, but it doesn't come through this time.
Oh, Sail
onto Alia. Massive scalp to remove. In the hard push down the hillside, and he's lost track of them just because of the smoke. Sees him off angle. 2 of them very weakened up here. He could be massively impactful. Quizzy, this is the time to step it up. This is the time to really change the game. Different scope. Holds the gun, looking down low, but a big old nade will just shake him for all but a moment. Where's Example in all of this? He is just behind him. The troops have rallied. They're here to try and tackle this head on. They're going to go for the resuscitation. Seigneur. Quizzy, the confirmation. Good shots in abundance, but they will force them back. He's tagged up to about 40% HP here. With Example wrapping to take the lower ground, all of Ding are slowly but surely moving on their position. But with a player like Example, I never put anything past him. They are down in numbers. That's the biggest issue. They're pushing as a full 3-man stack, so the trade-off should be real. Instant one goes down. Quizzy first victim. Example goes, and Ding stick a win on the board. The commitment that VP had towards them has paid off. The sacrifice, however, you know, sketchy it was, it kind of got the job done in the end. There was a few twists and turns which could have really gone against them. They give them the vehicles, they give them a little bit of utility. They managed to dig in deep and get second, but it wasn't without putting up a valiant effort. So good job from Na'Vi. Even better job from Ding. We have another win on the board.
Yeah, it's great to see coming in with this, and obviously the compound that they're able to hold down, and the timing of the third party was crucial for the win here. 9 kills for Ding also puts them in a kind of a decent lead. They will have, I believe, a good buffer down to Na'Vi and to Question Mark. With just 1 game to go, they need to get a massive kill win, both of the teams, to contest VP. And VP will do anything in their power to stop that, to make that not happen. And that's the big question here for the late one. Also, still, Liquid, FaZe Clan could have a big game and could take away 3rd place from all the teams that are currently on 1 win, because the majority of the teams don't have too many kills compared to them. So still everything on the board here for the last game. It's gonna be an interesting one.
I suppose another factor to kind of throw into that equation, Ding came into that with 1 win already. It puts them up the board. It puts them into second now because they tagged another one on it. They did have more kills than both Na'Vi and Question Mark coming into that. They'll get a few more from what they've just picked up there. So, you know, whatever happens in this next matchup, if we do get Question Mark or Na'Vi winning it, it has to be massive. There has to be an abundance of kills. We're talking a super massive Blaze win here. That's the only way we kind of do it. The question on my mind is, did VP play that a little bit safe? Should they have gone and attacked a little bit harder? Should they have maybe hot dropped one? And there's 2 teams that they have to fixate and try and focus on, so I completely understand it. They're trying to ruin late game. Do they go just hard now and try and ruin early game? We will find out. The potential of a hot drop, a viable hot drop, is there. Whether we get enough, different question altogether. For now, we take a break. We have James rejoin us. We break it all down, and we get cracked on with our final match of today. Don't go anywhere. Grab a quick glass of water. We're back with you in just a second.
If Sweden was a PUBG map, it would have to be Vikendi because of all the snow.
The map that reminds me the most of Finland is Erancho. You can easily hide in the forest or near lakes. It is a challenging map.
My name is David. I was born in a tiny little village in Sweden.
My name is Saku. I was born in Tampere, Finland.
The little town I'm from basically only had 1 school, so everybody really knew everybody. I lived there until I was 14. That's when we moved to a bigger city.
To me, Finland is the best country in Europe. We have good education, good healthcare, and beautiful nature.
One of the best things in Sweden is something called allemansrätten. It basically means that everyone has the right to walk around, hike, and camp anywhere in the nature in Sweden, and it's pretty unique to Sweden.
When I was 11, my bigger brother started playing Counter-Strike professionally. I saw him traveling around the world, winning some tournaments, and I wanted to do that also.
I started in esports by accident or luck. I served for 4 years in the army. I felt done with that and I quit. PUBG happened to come out at the same time.
I played Counter-Strike a lot, and when PUBG came out, I switched to PUBG, and I was hooked.
I was hooked.
He's coming through. He's already off HP.
How much damage can one man do?
It was a huge change from the military to gaming. I was used to being outside, working with my hands, moving around, and now I'm inside most of the time looking at a screen. It took me some time to adapt.
I divide my daily routine in 2 blocks, 3 hours in the afternoon and 4 hours in the evening. In between, I usually go to gym, relax and eat.
Fitness is something a lot of people in the esports community tend to overlook. To me, it really improves focus, which is really important in esports.
I like to visit my grandparents where I can relax, and there is always good food. It is a great place to disconnect from the virtual world.
If I could feature one part of Sweden in PUBG, it would have to be Karlsborg. It's the place where my regiment was based, and the terrain surrounding it is really amazing. I like PUBG because of the weapons mechanics, the recoil management, the importance of vehicles. None of these things really exist in any other game, and it truly makes PUBG unique.
PUBG is a really hard and complex game. There is so much you can do right, and so much you can do wrong.
Oh my god, Squeaky!
Holy!
I always try to carry with me my core Swedish values and work ethic.
When I look at my team and other Finnish teams, I see some similarities. We are not that flashy, we are more strategic, we are respectful to each other, we are calm and collected.
Beautiful work from the two boys left for ends. This is that Finnish power you wanted to see.
It is an honor to represent my country and hold the Finnish flag on the international stage. Last year our team didn't shine as much as it was possible, but this is about to change.
The final frag is found, and with that, FaZe Sunday rings aloud and proud.
I want us to get better. We're working every day to be better. Last time we got second at PGC, this year is a new try.
And we have a really bright future ahead of us.
Oof, we are skirting that fine line between genius and disaster here. Virtus.pro still in number one, still in a safe spot. However, it was so close to call to put everything in question for them. Joining me, we have Martin as well as Richard to talk about this. Martin, that was Ding. Firstly, fantastic for them. They're currently second in this weekend here, but Virtus.pro, that was scary.
Yeah, I like how, this is a fantastic replay, yeah. The out of gas play.
Perfect.
I love that. You have to give it to them again. Liquid driving, lol, am I right? No. Jokes aside, rough game with the shifts. We had some northern shifts, we had some western shifts, and then in general, the macro that the teams had to display was really rough. Then they're managing to get 2 down, but fast phases, quick play there, and the nades are that the mutual destruction is just so unfortunate. But yeah, I'm gonna mute a little bit here because that's very loud. In general, that play from Virtus.pro, they had to do it. I've seen them follow the tweet from Batulins. You know, they're fully aware that if either Navi or Question Marks get second, they will lose the whole thing, and they obviously don't want that to happen. But Ding here managed to close out and be the only team on 2 wins, but also have quite a buffer down to Question Mark and Navi.
Yeah. I mean, again, just to kind of wrap that up in a bow, if Question Mark or Navi get to second place, that would cost Virtus.pro the championship and an extra $10,000. So
yeah,
they do not want these guys winning. I think it's fair to say. But moving on from that, all of that, Rich, here as we take a look at these final moments. Again, you know, kudos to Ding. We know that this roster has some great names on it, very powerful. They've already had a chicken dinner before in the previous day. Getting another one in the bag, brilliant for them.
Yeah, it's good, and I think it takes us up to most chicken dinners on Erangel as well. So I believe there's a bit of extra cash in the bank as well for them. It's always good to see, like when you kind of alluded to it, the players, some of these, Besto, Sen, you've been watching them for absolutely years. We've been watching them destroy people for absolutely years. So be able to see them come back to form, which is hopefully what we're seeing the start of. It's nothing short of incredible. I have missed them. You know, it's safe to say it was a bit weird not seeing the old Navi lineup. PGC was a devastating time for that roster. There is no question. Yeah, excuse me. PGIS was a devastating time for that roster. There is no question about it. I can't imagine the mental loopholes those guys had to go with, because that is the worst performance we have ever seen out of that team. Regardless of even leading up to it, they were still looking on fire and on point. So if we're now seeing some sort of, you know, return to form, then I'm all for it.
And here are the overall standings at the moment. Virtus.pro currently in number 1, and what threatens them right now is in 5th and 6th place. However, if Navi or Question Mark does get a chicken dinner under their belt, they'd still need big kill points here, Martin, to go over Ding. Yeah,
12 kills for Navi and 18 for Question Mark. to surpass Ding, considering Ding would then have to have no kills in this game here. But it's good to see Ding really bringing it back, actually. Like last week, of course, no wins for them, and they didn't manage to get into the prize pool, but this would put them quite comfortably into a great spot. But still, the factors also, you know, other teams that are vying for a win. We saw FaZe Clan, we saw Liquid with a lot of kills. They could potentially take third place away from any of the other teams there as well. So that's a big one as well. Obviously, very linear amount of points that we get for the PGC points, and all the teams that are playing here, they obviously need it. The good thing, though, as we were talking about in the start of the day, the good thing is if Virtus.pro wins this whole event and they take the majority of the points, the bar is going to be so much lower for the teams that are going to have to get into PGC 2021. It's going to be probably 100 points less to get into the top 6, top 7, depending on the seeding and the teams that are getting from all the regions, because we need a guaranteed spot from each region, right? So that's going to be a really interesting one to follow, especially once we find out the winner after this one. We have one more game to go, and I gotta say it's gonna be interesting one to see what Virtus.pro do. They have so many cards in their hand right now that they can play, and I think we're gonna be seeing a quite interesting one.
Yeah, they've got to do something. You know, got to be proactive about shutting down your competition here. As you can see, who's won out the games today so far. We have one more game coming at you. It's interesting to think about what's going to happen for PGC as well, because imagine if Virtus.pro soaked up all of these points and then all of a sudden won PCS 5 and gets that guaranteed spot into PGC anyway, and then it's like, well, all these points would just disappear. So. Yeah, that would actually be disgusting. I really want to see a team that is not Virtus.pro win PCS 5 and kind of guarantee themselves a spot to PGC. With them not having, you know, too many points. It could be a team like DA, for example. That would be great to see them with their recent consistency, right? I would love to see a team like that kind of go through based on them not having too many points just yet. But yeah, it's scary right now to be a team that is not Virtus.pro in EMEA, because they are a force to be reckoned with. I can't really deny that the amount of wins they've had, the amount of PCSs they won, the consistency that's shown. Even at PGIS, they were, you know, again, a force to be reckoned with, missing one of their key players, having a coach that had to play. Obviously, Hyrusen did extremely well, but yeah, I gotta say, at this point, they're basically already guaranteed to be at PGC 2021, and I'm really curious to see how well they're going to be doing at that international event. Rich, you look like you were deep in thought during some of this.
No, I've just been listening. It's we can. It's something we do in PUBG quite a lot, isn't it? Where we theorize of what could happen, what should happen, how things go down. Yeah. If it's one thing I'm massively in agreement with you all is, and I want to echo that sentiment, what Martin just said. VP as a full 4-man stack at the next PGC is going to be something wild. We didn't see the best of them through PGIS. We didn't see their full roster. Look, you know, it's as simple as that. They didn't have everyone there. They now have a team. They now have an organization that is one of the biggest in the world. This isn't their first rodeo looking at visas and travel conditions and stuff like that. They should, in theory, all be there this time round. And on a bigger picture of VP, what a massive accomplishment. We knew what the possibilities of the Northern Lights were. We knew what they could potentially do. To come in under the first season, under the first banner of having this and taking that org to a world championship, that's a massive statement. Yeah,
definitely is. And long may it continue, I suppose, for EMEA. Very impressive stuff. That being said, we're constantly, I've mentioned it multiple times during this tournament, seen how powerful CIS has become, and it's exemplified once again, not necessarily by Ding, but the fact that we then once again have Senor and Besto leading some lesser, relatively lesser known players to this kind of position where they've got themselves 2 chicken dinners under their belt. Well, guys, it is now time for our final game, and Virtus.pro currently is on the verge of becoming our champion. However, Na'Vi and Question Mark are going to be hunting down the kills and then that chicken dinner to try and knock them off their perch and become the champion and knock them off of their throne. I'm going to leave it to you guys. Martin, Rich, bring me the last Erangel, and let's round this thing out.
Thank you so much, James. Yes, indeed. Setting the scene, setting the bar of how this is about to unfold. This is something special. We have 2 teams that are on the cusp, on the verge of denying this weekend's winners in VP access to the championship trophy. How this unfolds, we do not know. What I do know is that VP's previous performance in the last match, it was a little bit touch and go. You're leaving it down to the most finite of details. I could understand they were wanting to try and get any kind of impact onto the side of Na'Vi. A knock would have been absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately, they left it to a fact that they had to leave it up to another team to deal with them. This time round, you've still got two teams that you have to deal with. Do you deal with them early? Do you go after them early? Who do you find is the biggest threat? Who do you find is the biggest target? The one thing that I will say is that we've had plenty of low-flying plane paths. I think we're due a Sosnovka ending. And that would be home turf for question mark if it hit.
Yeah, that would be insane. I mean, the amount of kills that they need, they have to have an insane game, and they're aware. Also, closest competitor VP and Na'Vi, they're fully aware if they start going off, the third party will be real. That's obviously a massive factor as well. Shots coming in from Nuki. Not connecting anything, but definitely aware. And let's see the circle unfold. It's going to be a little bit, 20% chance, 15% chance of it going melee. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? But obviously, southwestern circle in general. Didn't want to commit to it, I understand that. No reason to for Skate. Most chicken dinner winners on a Wrangle, as we just saw quickly, is now Ding. They have...
Ah, tá. Mas é o seguinte, amanhã eu vou sair, tá? De manhã cedo, 9 da manhã. Você quer que eu deixe a escada aí com você hoje?
Ah, então deixa aqui.
Tá.
Tá bom?
Tá
porque
bom.
ele vai pintar o apartamento, sabe quem mora lá? A Flávia e o Rafael,
Ah, tá.
no bloco 15.
Pera aí, ah, o apartamento daqui? Pensei que era lá o apartamento, tô achando estranho. Achei que era o apartamento dele lá na praia da Costa, né? Praia da Costa não, Itaparica, né? Não sei, mas...
É Itaparica.
Mas, então o Rafael e a Flávia vão se mudar pra cá, é?
É, vão se mudar pra cá.
Eles vão morar no mesmo apartamento?
No meu apartamento.
Ah, legal. Pô, bacana, legal. De repente eu tenho um motivo a mais pra ficar por aqui, então. Tem você, a vovó, e vou ter agora a Rafael e Flávia também.
Flávia, pois é. Pois é, meu filho. Então depois, se você quiser trazer, traz. Se não quiser, eu pego de manhã, porque de manhã, já que você vai acordar cedo.
Aham. Então amanhã de manhã eu levo aí. Se você vai estar em casa de manhã amanhã toda?
Tô. Eu só vou sair 9 horas lá pra ir comprar pão por 9 horas.
Eu devo sair 9 horas. Eu devo sair 9 horas aqui. Foi o que minha mãe falou. Eu vou sair com a minha mãe. Ela vai vir aqui me pegar.
Ah, tá. Então tá bom.
Ou então, sei lá, se você não tiver, eu posso deixar na portaria de repente, né?
Não, pode deixar. Não, eu tô em casa assim.
Então tá.
Cedo. Já que você vai sair cedo, vai acordar cedo, aí. Aí eu posso até descer e pegar também. Eu deixo lá encostado e falo pra ele, ele vem e pega.
Ah, tá perto perto da minha entrada, né?
É, da sua entrada.
Então tá.
Aí eu falo com ele.
Tá bom. Tá bom. Amanhã a gente vê então.
Tá bom, filho. Então tá. Beijo. Tá tudo bem com você, né?
Tá, aqui tá tudo bem.
Ah, então tá bom, filho. Então tá, uma boa noite pra você, tá bom?
Tá, boa noite pra você também, vó.
Tá bom, beijo, tá, tchau.
Tchau. So, guys, my keyboard has 4 milliseconds of latency. It's wired keyboard. There is a wire here. I won't show you. You can believe me. There is a wire on the keyboard. It's wired. I had a wireless keyboard. They're both Logitech. This Logitech keyboard. It's not gaming keyboard. I bought because that's what I could afford at the time. My wireless keyboard from Logitech didn't have 4 milliseconds of latency. It had 1 millisecond of latency. So well, they're okay for competitive gaming. I'm not sure about playing a big tournament, but for my casual gaming, no, not casual, let's call competitive gaming in PUBG, it's more than fine. So 4 milliseconds. 4 milliseconds. So while we are not getting the string, I don't see anyone commenting on the chat about any issue on the broadcast. So yeah, it's probably that. I would say that you know, maybe Sergey, he doesn't want to watch Batulings again after being champion again, this time ESL. Not again because maybe this is the first ESL that I know of that count PGC points. Like they replaced the PCS with the ESL. I think that's cool. I prefer. I think last year we had like 5 PCSs, right? Charity Showdown 1, 2, 3, 4 PCSs. Sorry, Charity Showdown 1, 2, 3 PCSs. So this year we got 2 PCSs and the ESL. So that's great. That's great. I like another org is participating. So this is exciting. This is exciting. I think it might help in add to the visibility of PUBG esports and get more people interested in it. Because ESL is big. Maybe one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in esports. Now, I think yes, last year we had 4 competitions, PCSs. This year we have the 2 PCSs, 4 and 5 in the ESL. Maybe we won't have another one because of the PGI. We will have 2 big championships this year. This is ridiculous. The PGIS we had earlier in the year. Oh, look everyone, yeah. So I'm on YouTube now. So yeah. So the Fart Lord wants everyone to know. Yeah, it's Fart Lord. It's Fart Lord that does this. It's so funny. So we also have PGC. So 2 big tournaments in the same year. Maybe this is affecting the number of PCSs and PCS sized competitions. I'm just not sure if the prize pool in ESL is as big as in PCS, because PCS each region gets $250,000. On ESL, I think the winner gets 10,000 plus the prize he earns. It's not as much, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It doesn't look as much as PCS. Last year, did we have all the PCSs with the same prize pool, $250,000 each PCS? Man, that's crazy. Yeah, this is unplayable. I cannot keep talking to you with this ridiculous thing. But I don't care about it. I care about this network issue. I want to watch the final. Let's try. I was going to restart the computer. This is not gonna work. I have a better idea. Oh yeah, Sergey. Yeah, Sergey. Sergey. Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh. Oh! Oh! No, it's not working. I'll have some water to see if the hiccups get better. So I'll restart the computer. It didn't work. Maybe if I restart the computer, problem will get solved. Let's see. I'll be back.